Hey, next show.
I can't read their PS. All I do is
Have a seat if you can. I'll try to find.
Okay, good evening, everybody. It's shortly after 7 o'clock. We're going to begin. Tonight is the regular city commission meeting for the city of Deerfield Beach for Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Here.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Here.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Here.
Mayor Drosky.
Here. Would you all please stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Vice Mayor Preston tonight. And if you would, keep in mind, Claudel Coleman, she was 86 years old and one of the first civil rights activists at age 15, passed away recently.
Join me in the pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we start going down the agenda, I'm sure most of you are here on item number 9, just a wild guess, no, number 9 this evening. So there is a public comment portion after item number, bear with me, after item number 4 this evening. So if you're intending to speak on item number 9, do not speak during the public comment. Item number 9 is speak on that item when we get to that item. Public comment is for all other items that are not on the agenda for this evening. If you would like to speak on number 9 and you want to sign up in advance, you can do so with the city clerk to my right. You don't have to sign up. It just makes it easier for a flow and to get your name called. But we're going to do it that way this evening. So if you're number 9, just remember, don't speak during public comment, please. Wait till item number 9. And if you were here last time, just remember, this is a business meeting of the city of Deerfield Beach. It's not a pep rally. It's not a circus. It's not time to clap for either side. I see faces on all sides that are here tonight, so please be respectful of those that are speaking, and we will be respectful of your time as well. But we do need to get through some of the business items before we get to number 9 tonight. For those of you who are trying to handicap it, give it about maybe an hour-ish perhaps until we get to number 9, by the time we get through the business and through the public comment. And then we'll be up to number 9. It could be sooner than that, depending how quickly we get through the other items. But just trying to give everyone an idea how we're going to proceed tonight. And then when we get to number 9, I'll let you know how we'll handle that one once we get there. But in the meantime, we have approval of our city commission meeting minutes for our regular city commission meeting of December 16, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Hudak, second by Commissioner Plout. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have acknowledgement of our city board minutes for the Planning and Zoning Board meeting of September 4, 2025, Code Compliance meeting of November 12, 2025, Education Advisory Board meeting of December 8, 2025, and the African American Heritage Board meeting of December 11, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Plout, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have approval of our agenda for this evening, January 20th, 2026.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Madam Clerk?
For those attending via Zoom online wishing to speak under public comment on an item that's open for public input, please click raise hand at the bottom under the reactions tab, and your audio will be unmuted when you're recognized by Mayor Drosky. For those attending via Zoom by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand, and your audio will be unmuted when you're recognized by Mayor Drosky. Please make sure your audio is unmuted on your end by pressing *6. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. City Attorney?
Item number 1 is a certificate of recognition presented to Aileen Patterson, Ocean Rescue Lieutenant, for receiving the Florida Beach Patrol Chiefs Association Lifeguard of the Year Award.
Thank you. Commissioner Hudak is going to handle the honors tonight. Is Aileen here this evening? Hold your hand up if you're here. Way over here on the left. My left, yes. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
All right, I figured everybody was here for this item, honestly. Lifeguard of the year for the state of Florida. Congratulations, wonderful. Aileen exemplifies the highest standards of public safety through her professionalism, sound judgment, and lifelong commitment to protecting human life. Throughout her 25-year career, she has demonstrated exceptional leadership in ocean rescue operations, consistently exercising calm, decisive action during critical incidents, and setting a standard of operational excellence. She is deeply committed to mentoring and developing future lifeguards, fostering a culture of teamwork, accountability, and professionalism. Aileen serves with unwavering ethics and integrity, earning the trust and respect of her colleagues, city leadership, and the community. Therefore, I, Michael Hudak, Commissioner of the City of Deerfield Beach, proudly present this certificate of recognition to Aileen Patterson, the Florida Beach Patrol Chiefs Associates Lifeguard of the Year.
I just like to add a couple of things. I've had the privilege, I'm her Ocean Rescue Chief, Mike Brown. I've had the privilege of working with Aileen since she began with the city of Deerfield Beach. I've had the pleasure of witnessing her give birth to her two wonderful sons here in this, that are her bodyguards tonight. I can't tell you, dozens of people today are still breathing because of Aileen Patterson. I can attest to that. She is a true hero. She honors us by being recognized as the state best in our profession. And I'm joined here today by our Captain Jeff Noel and our Lieutenant Roman Strominger, who have both also been exonerated with this title. as best in the state. I believe you were in 2009 and you were in 2018. So we like to keep this tradition going and continue to create the best and make the city of Deerfield Beach proud. Thank you.
Great. Chief, is Aileen going to speak or is Aileen going to speak? Scott, we need her to speak.
Awesome.
Yeah, no pressure.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I just like to thank everyone for being here, and it's my pleasure to represent the city and do what I love to do every day at the beach and be a role model and example for the young girls and guys that come out there and work with Mike, Jeff, and Roman. It's been a ride, 25 years, and I'd just like to say thank you for the Florida Beach Patrol for the award, and
She's
That's all.
Deerfield Beach local. She lives on the island.
so thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. That will conclude item number 1. Mr. City Attorney.
Item number 2 is a presentation regarding the 2025 Vision Zero report.
See Mr. Power coming down. Will you be giving the presentation this evening?
Good evening, Eric Power, Deputy City Manager. Acting the planning director capacities tonight. As you all know, we are a Vision Zero community, and we did create a Vision Zero action plan. And one of the requirements of the action plan is that annually we bring the status report to the commission. So that has been now the second meeting of January. We annually bring the items forward. So what I'm providing you tonight is essentially a 2-page document that will go onto our website as the 2024 report did. And it just follows some of the action items that we've gone through in this last year. So it just has some examples of things that we've done. We've done multiple education and outreach for our field personnel. We have evaluated the possibility of road impact fees for Vision Zero initiatives, which is actually an ongoing initiative right now with a consultant. We've done additional project identification for Vision Zero, and we've helped the High Injury Network for some underserved communities and trying to increase safety in those areas. As far as the action plans, as you can see, what we're looking to do for the following year is to develop additional advertising campaigns, have some data-driven citywide improvements, develop the local road safety action plan, and update our engineering design manual. That's our initiatives for this upcoming year. If you can go to the next page. And then this is an example, this is just an ongoing chart that we now keep from 2018. We did have a decrease this year with serious injuries and fatalities. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that things are getting better or that Vision Zero is working. It is 1 year in a case, but it is a nice thing to see that the numbers have gone down significantly this past year. Some of our achievements this year, just want to recognize, City of Deerfield Beach is recognized as a Vision Zero community. This is a very big deal. We were able to receive this recognition in our first application. I was told that's not something that's happened recently. We were one of the only cities in Florida to have this notoriety. So us, Fort Lauderdale, Gainesville, and Hillsborough County, I think, are the only cities in Florida to have that. We were part of the Broward Safety Action Plan, and we've added the Broward Safety Action Plan dashboard to our website. This will be replacing our own Vision Zero dashboard. So the Broward MPO has gone and created the same type of dashboard that we created, but they've done it for every single municipality in Broward County, and they'll be updating that information for every municipality moving forward. So that's less work for the city. So we'll be using their website, which also has some more tools and data that we weren't able to provide. So I think that's going to be good for everybody. Of course, Red Speed program was launched. We did lobby Broward County to make some changes to some of our roadways. We've had public meetings for some major improvements. And we are beginning the Crystal Lake LAP program, which is the second phase of the drainage project that we're doing in the Crystal Lake area to provide additional sidewalks and lighting for the entirety of Crystal Lake. So a lot of things happened this last year. A lot more things are happening this year as we move forward with Vision Zero. And I just came to, very quickly to provide this report to you, and happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Hudak?
You know what I'm going to ask. So tell me about Southwest Third Avenue over by the hospital. What are we doing?
Well, unfortunately, I gave you all the good news about this year. The bad news for this year is federal and state funding has really dried up. And even though we have been awarded more than $5 million in projects in the last 2 years, none of those dollars have actually come to the city. I know that Jonathan's team is still working on this. I actually just had a meeting this last week with the grants coordinator. They still say that the funding is coming, but we don't know when that's going to happen.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please keep us updated.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Shinesky?
Yes, sir. And again, Eric, you're doing a great job. We've been working on the sidewalk in Crystal Lake. My question is, I know about the sidewalk and the residents are very, very happy. And thank you. You also mentioned lighting. I think also you were looking at slowing down the traffic. Could you maybe just expound on that,
Yeah,
please?
sure. So
In
the-
fact, at Crystal Lake is having their board meeting tonight, so I want to be.
So this is the area, it's a little bit further south, the actual loop of Crystal Lake, going from Military from 43rd to 45th. So the loop of the area. We're going to be increasing the sidewalk, adding some drainage, increasing some lighting. And that design is in the process right now. And then when that design is ready, it'll go for public meetings. And we do have funding, it's called LAP, which is a local action plan. We have some funding for that coming from the county.
Thank you.
Okay, great. No further lights. Thank you, Mr. Power.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. That will conclude item number 2. Mr. City Attorney?
Item number 3 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, considering a major site plan from Resurrection Orthodox Cathedral, Inc. to construct a 4,066 square foot addition to the existing cathedral and a 1,044 square foot addition to the existing parish hall and associated site improvements on the property located at 1416 Southeast Second Terrace, application number 88-CF-14, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. And if the representative from the church, when you come up before you present, if you state your name and address, if you could just let me know whether you waive or not the more formal quasi-judicial proceedings. You have the right to a more formal quasi-judicial proceeding, swearing in witnesses, cross-examination, et cetera, or you can waive that right. Thank you.
And as he comes to the microphone, everybody, I'm going to embarrass him a little bit. This is former Mayor Albert Capolini on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You mentioned my name.
Now you
Albert
can start.
Capolini. I'm president of Crane Atlantis Engineering. We're here located in Newport Center. I'm here representing the Resurrection Orthodox Cathedral expansion. This is a building that's located on Second Terrace, 1416 Southeast Second Terrace.
Yeah, Mr. Capolini, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Would you let us know whether you waive the more formal
We'll waive
proceeding? Thank you, sir.
Okay. It's an existing church, was an existing church. I think it was called St. Pete's. It was an Anglican church and now is been purchased by the Orthodox Cathedral Group. And I have with me Mr. Alex Lufkenhoff, who is the main spearhead of that church. We're just adding on to the parish hall, and they're adding about 4,000 square feet onto the cathedral itself. And they're making some architectural improvements to more properly represent what the church is about. It went through planning and zoning. There were no comments in planning and zoning, went through the DRC. There were a lot of comments with DRC. We answered all those comments, and there are no variances associated with this application. If you'd like to see, I know you're very busy tonight, and I appreciate I'm not sitting in your seat anymore. But if you want to see some visual presentations, we have some up on the screen, and we have some slides, boards that we can show you.
You can go through the slides. I think I've seen this. It's fantastic. I think the public would love to see it. The billboards, I don't think you need to put those up, but if you can just go through the slides quickly, I think the audience would love to see what's
Okay.
coming to Deerfield Beach.
Okay,
And when
well,
you
you
need
don't
the
have
slide
the,
advance, just let us know and the city clerk
Oh,
can
I got it
advance
here.
the slide
Yeah.
for you.
technology has improved since 20 years, but it's a lot easier than fumbling with paper. Yeah, well, if you look at the upper left photograph, you'll see what the church looked like when it was owned previously. And to your right is the proposed southwest view of the church, and you can see it has some what we call onions, but they call cupolas on the church. And the reverse side of the church looks like the photograph on the bottom right-hand corner. It's going to have a whole fascia redone. The inside's going to be expanded, and it'll be a great addition to the company. We are removing a lot of the paved area and making it more pervious so that we have a better control of the stormwater that goes there, because right now there's no collection of any of the stormwater. It just runs out in the street. They're doing some minor improvement by moving the dumpster out of the way of the entrance of the church and more over to the side. It's a beautiful, I mean, you can see for yourself. I can't explain how beautiful it will be compared to what was there before.
Is that the only side, Madam Clerk, or is there more? Or you can just flip through. If my colleagues have any questions, they can.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, we can answer. And you can see the parish hall is basically an assembly area that they're going to gather events, and the church is obviously for worshiping. Those two things, the occupancy will be altered. Like if they have an event, they're not going to be using the church. If they have the church, not going to be as part of their parking facilities. There's going to be a little more landscaping than you have now, some trees. Right across the street, you have a park. On the east side of the church, you have a park that's well maintained. This will blend in with that park. There's a color, that slide shows the exterior wall colors, main entrance doors, the oxidized copper or the patina. They're going to use paint instead of the patina because that patina, that oxidized copper on some of the trim doesn't really come out uniformly over the years. If you look at some of these copper finishes, well, you got one right here in the front, the building next door.
Okay, that seems to be the presentation. Commissioner Hudak, you have your light on?
I do. I've met with the applicant, and I fully support this project. It is such an improvement to this area, and I hope my colleagues feel the same way. So I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve, unless, well, I guess you got to go to the public first. But yeah.
Correct. Yes. Commissioner Shinesky?
Yes, sir. I think it's great, more space, bigger. I think that's fantastic. I do have a question though, and maybe you
Sure.
could answer it, maybe you can't. What resources will it offer? Food kitchen, school, community service? I know the Lutheran church, where they have also the academy, they have community cares, a food kitchen. And I mean, lines around the corner, and they're looking for more space. Is that something that maybe your cathedral would be open to?
Well, that would be up to the director here to offer that, but we're not allowed to have a kitchen. We can have a heating plate and things like that, but we're
Or
not allowed to have.
pantry? I mean, would you be
formal
open to
kitchen.
something like that? Because I know community cares, they said, we need space. I mean, we even offered them funding and they said, you know what? We need space. So many people don't have enough food. The lines are around the block. I wanted to have Century Village come to community cares and they said, hold up, we don't have enough space. So is this something that your cathedral would be maybe willing to discuss?
So for the record, my name is Alex Lukianov. I head up the project. I'm also president of the congregation. Our focus is somewhat different. I think we certainly uphold those sort of values, and those are the kind of things that we'd like to offer. However, our emphasis is on culture. Our emphasis is on worship. And frankly, we just want to get the building built and occupy it as our first priority. So from a cultural perspective, though, we plan to do quite a few things relative to concerts, performances. We've had the good fortune of having a Grammy-nominated choir associated with our church, so we plan to do quite a bit for the community in that regard. We envision holding festivals in the future, not huge festivals, but again, along cultural lines of educating folks on orthodoxy, on our cultural beliefs. We're not planning things like a food kitchen, but certainly we'll be doing some outreach when we have the resources and ability to do so. But short term, our emphasis will be on a house of worship and moving that further along.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's no more lights, so we will open it. Former Mayor, we'll open it to the public, so stay close.
Here.
Anyone that would like to
Going
speak
anywhere.
on item number 3 this evening, come forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Demetrius Gibbons, 1150 Southwest 7th Avenue, Deerfield Beach, Florida. And Mayor Drosky, I know I can't look back. So I'm going to say to them gentlemen back there, beautiful job. Because there are so many churches that is in this community that we built it off of faith. This community was built off of faith. And what you said yesterday, thank you. See, the reason I say this is because I know behind me, there's another man of faith called Ron Harper. And if you need somewhere to have a food pantry, Mayor, I always mess your name up. Commissioner Shinesky, thank you. Call me and I'll call Pastor Ron. If you want community, that organization, call Demetrius. Because I ain't just running around with a Facebook camera. We making sure that if you can say it in front of him, you gonna do it. So Deerfield need a place of worship. We gonna get to the other conversation a little later. But I respect you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Givens. Anyone else like to speak on item number 3?
Yes, Denny Alvarez, 1932
My
Southeast.
condolences, by the way.
It-
He's wearing a UM shirt, everybody.
We'll get our 6 eventually. Yeah, 15 Southeast 15th, and it goes back to the church. Seems like they're bringing that area back to, because it's been dormant, right? I think the gentleman said there is a park across. My wife and I, we have pets. We walk them all the time. I feel like this is going to be an increase in traffic, Southeast 15th, Northeast 54th with Pompano, constant traffic. I've seen deaths in that street. So my concern as a citizen that lives right across that church, if there's an increase in traffic, are they going to do anything, whether it's flashlights? We would prefer, road bumps like there is in other, right there on, I think it's on, headed up to 3rd Street as well. So that's sort of, the plan looks good. It seems you're expanding, which to me says more traffic. I don't know if there's enough parking to begin with, but my concern is if the increase in traffic, whether it's patrons that are going to church or people avoiding to go by the church and speeding by there, is there anything going to be done? Will the city require you guys to have some form of traffic, even if there's plenty of police officers here, like a cop right there in Southeast 15th and Northwest 2nd or 3rd? And again, I've seen kids in that park walk by. I've seen cars speed up. I've seen people from all the dealerships test their cars on Southeast 15th going 50, 60 miles per hour in a 25 or 30 mile per hour zone. So as a citizen, just wanted to make that a concern because we don't want patrons going there getting into accidents. More importantly, people who live right across the church to, be concerned walking their pets or having their kids across that park from the church.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Hold on, Mr. Cappellini. I don't know if there's anyone else that wants to speak before you respond.
Okay.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak on item number 3 inside the commission chamber? Madam Clerk, is anyone online? Okay, Katie Freitag, go ahead. Anyone else, Madam Clerk, on deck? Okay, thank you.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. I mimicked the gentleman that just spoke. It didn't look to me by the site plan that there is enough parking. I was trying to count the number of car parking spaces, and it doesn't look like there's even 15 or 20 regarding the plans that they have presented. So is there even going to be enough parking for the number of people that would reflect the capacity of these locations? It's beautiful. What they plan on doing is going to be gorgeous for us, but I'm just worried about the parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just checking online one more time. Last call for inside the commission chamber on item number 3. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing on item number 3. Mr. Cappellini, your turn.
I told you I didn't go too far. The gentleman talked about the traffic. We had no comments from planning and zoning or DRC about the accumulation of traffic. The building is being expanded, but we're exceeding the parking requirements right now. And the way we did that is we re-landscaped the entire site. We took away the impervious area, or the asphalt, if you want to say, so that we could create closer parking, because the way the regulations are with the land development code is that you have to have these islands every 10 spots, and they have to be 11 feet wide and all that stuff. So we satisfied that requirement by making grass parking on there. So we were able to get the 42, I think it's 42 parking spots on that site. As far as the traffic control, I understand what the gentleman's saying. I know you have a lot of dealerships down on Federal Highway that have people test car they drive. That's not really the church's doing. If there's something that we can apply for, some grant, we would be happy to add a speed hump or something. But that's something that the community and you guys, the commission, have to decide if you want. But as far as that, we meet all the requirements in land development code, and personally, I don't see anything else that the ownership can do in satisfying traffic requirements. I don't think churchgoers will be speeding down the street, but although I've been in a couple of churches where once they're atoned, they
All right, thank you, Mr. Cappellini. I don't see any further lights.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve item number 3 by Commissioner Hudak, second by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Thank you.
thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Mayor.
Good to see you, Mayor.
That will conclude item number 3. Mr. City Attorney?
Item number 4 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, amending section 66-58 parking prohibited on certain streets and commercial vehicle parking restrictions of the City Code of Ordinances to prohibit parking on the swales and medians of Southeast 19th Avenue from Southeast 6th Street to Southeast 8th Street, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is second reading.
Okay, this is second reading. I don't see any lights from my colleagues. Anyone from the public who would like to speak on item number 4 this evening? Madam Clerk, is anyone online? Okay, seeing no one for item number 4, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioner
Motion to
Knetzky?
approve.
Oh,
Oh, I'm
yeah.
sorry. I just have a quick question, and I was wondering who could answer that. With this ordinance, would it involve code enforcement, city code enforcement? Would it involve traffic enforcement, or both? Or would it also involve warnings, towing, and putting boots? I mean, I'm just curious about the enforcement of it, if I could ask that. Is that something that could be answered?
So.
It would be enforced just like the rest of the parking ordinance, so they might get a warning or a citation. There are no booths, like there's no paid, this isn't paid parking. This is an area that has a safety concern that Commissioner Hudak brought forward, that this resolves part of that safety issue by removing the parking, prohibiting the parking in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hudak, it's your
Motion to approve.
Second.
motion to approve item number 4 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, public comment. Remember, this is for items that are not on the agenda. If you're here for number 9, public comment is not for you.
We are at the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes. As the mayor mentioned, this is the time for public comment on items that are not on the agenda. If you have public comment on an item that is on the agenda, the time to do that is after I read the title into the record and the mayor opens the public comment for that particular item. And as a reminder, no comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibilities shall be permitted.
I was going to ask if anyone signed up, but Miss Ruiz is quick to the podium, so we'll go with her first tonight.
Yes, my name is Linda Ruiz, R-U-I-S-E. I live at 425 Northwest First Terrace, apartment 407, the Palms of Deerfield Beach. I have an issue that I'd like to have a public request on. I asked the question in private. I've been kicked out, basically, of the Braithwaite Focal Point Center. Have not been let back in there. And when I say kicked out, I mean kicked out. I even have a trespassing warrant. I feel like I'm the first African American to be kicked out of a public facility without a crime. And can anyone give me a local or positive answer of exactly why? Even Sam Cooke said change is going to come. I feel like I really don't want to go to elderly abuse for an answer. Basically, I have the right for freedom of speech. Like I said, I didn't kill anyone or abuse anyone. And I like to know exactly why was I kicked out, or do I have to wait till I'm at least about 80 years old to sit in a corner and be quiet and not voice my opinion or be able to speak freely like I was doing, or I did. And that's basically why I was kicked out.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms. Ruiz. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Carol Berner?
And then is someone on deck?
No, sir.
Okay.
Hi, Carol Berner, 3130 Cambridge F, Deerfield Beach. I'm here tonight. Could you give out those papers I brought? I just want to correct something. I tried to correct it at the last meeting, but unfortunately I had spoken, and so therefore I wasn't allowed to speak again. So it's not about particularly BSO tonight, but its information was given incorrectly by someone who came up to talk. And they said that BSO favored Century Village. That's really not true. We do have extra police who see us in Century Village, but that's because Century Village pays off-duty policemen from BSO to come and be in Century Village, and not because we have crime. When I was a commissioner in the Housing Authority, I did a ride around with the police, and they told me when they heard where I lived that I lived in the safest community, and I'm sure I still do. And so I think that because of what's going on, for someone to come here and give misinformation when we pay to have police in there, I think it really did a lot of harm. And I hope that if any of you heard that in the public, that they will disregard those comments. I brought you the paper. That's 3 minutes already. Oh, I thought I heard a beep. You could see in this newspaper that it says that he has exclusive information that a meeting was going to come to a conclusion at the last meeting, and we know that that didn't happen. This is a rag newspaper. It says that it's the most trusted paper in Century Village. It certainly is not, by my opinion, and I think they get everything inaccurate. They wrote something I saw on the block today. You had something, I had never seen it before. Century Village, Deerfield Beach, keep Deerfield Beach beautiful. First of all, who did the colors in this building? Does anybody know we're gold and turquoise? We're not brown and navy blue. What goes on here? Who's changing this stuff? So anyhow, that's upsetting to me. You don't even know the colors of your own city. That's, you guys really.
Okay, Madam Clerk, is anyone online? Katie Freitag, is there anyone else online?
John Slattery.
Okay, Katie Freitag, followed by John Slattery.
Good evening, Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. First, I want to commend the city staff for the fabulous parade yesterday, the parade and all the events surrounding Martin Luther King. It was a great day, a beautiful day, a little chilly at the beginning, but we all got through it. It was fun. Second, a gentleman got up and spoke, and I met him yesterday, and he promised that I could bring him my IU jersey for him to wear. He's sitting right there in the front row, and he will be sporting my Indiana Hoosiers jersey next time I see him. Maybe Founders Weekend. And my second part of my question is regarding the funds that we're not getting from the federal government that are due to us for improvements on Third and Howard Mayo Park, things like that. What is the city's idea as to how to make those funds available to us in other avenues? If we're not going to get the money that's due to us in that regard, we can't just let the streets sit there and the parks sit there without having any improvements. So what is our next step in making sure that we are moving forward with beautifying those two locations? Thank you.
Thank you. Next was John Slattery. Is there anyone on deck after that, Madam Clerk, online? Jackie Campbell, you'll be next, but first of all, Mr. Slattery, go ahead.
Hello, John Slattery, 1455 Southeast 5th Place, Deerfield Beach. I mentioned this last commission meeting, and I'm really curious about why some public comments get responded to actually during the meeting and some later, but some never. So I'm going to ask again about the railroad crossings, particularly at 10th Street and the Dixie Highway adjacent railroad crossing there. It is brutal on vehicles going across that, and actually dangerous with people getting almost rear-ended when people jam their brakes when they realize how rough that is. I've seen cities to the north and south of us that have somehow gotten DOT or whoever's involved to help fix that. And I'm just curious if the city of Deerfield Beach is doing anything to help improve the roads for us and our traffic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jackie Campbell was next online.
Hi, good evening. Jackie Campbell, 405 Southeast 8th Avenue. I just wanted to say, as a resident of Southeast 8th Avenue, on behalf of all of us that were impacted by the flood of October 26th, that we are definitely still awaiting a response from the city after the survey that essentially told us we live in a flood zone as to what the next steps will be and what actions the city is going to take to improve and hopefully replace the drainage system that failed, as we all saw. As the residents are pouring tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars into repairing our homes, we're hoping that the city is going to come out and do something to ensure that this doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else online? Kelly Fay? Okay. Anyone after that? Okay, Kelly Fay. You would please
Hi,
unmute.
this is Kelly Fay, 607 Southeast 7th. I would like to basically reiterate what Jackie just said. We flooded at the end of October. We were promised that there was going to be a study. We've heard nothing. At the end of our special flood meeting, Rodney collected everybody's names, addresses, emails, promised updates, all sorts of promises, and it's been radio silent since. Rainy season is coming. Are we supposed to be prepared to flood again? I'm about to invest $100,000 in fixing my home for it to potentially happen again. So I need an update. I'm sure the rest of the residents that live in these neighborhoods would also like updates. And it's pretty disheartening that this has happened after a multi-million-dollar project and you guys have stayed silent. So instead of discussing other projects that you have coming up that are also going to cost millions upon millions of dollars, why don't you guys try fixing the project that you had that failed? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, was there anyone else online? Okay, back to the commission chamber. I know Ms. Jackson wanted to speak.
Good afternoon, Sandra Jackson, 386 Southwest 35th Avenue. I didn't make it to the parade or the event yesterday because I had other issues because with my daughter, with a baby, and I was helping out. I was concerned and I was getting phone calls. I don't think it was enough advertisement for the MLK. And I just want to remind the commission and everybody on the board that this event is for the whole city. And most of the advertisement I saw the signs was in District 2. I live in District 4, but I do have property in District 4. I have property in District 2, and I have family members that live in District 2. But I didn't see really anything in 4, 1, or 3. So please just be mindful when we're doing events, it's for the whole city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak? Ms. Cook, go ahead.
Paula Cook, 62 Centennial Court. I'm a little confused. The first time I heard about Vision Zero was the lights at the schools and traffic enforcement there. And now he was talking about drainage and sidewalks, and maybe this is a mishmash of different things, but the scariest thing was, of course, when he said the funds have run out. Maybe the town could say a little bit more about what exactly Vision 1 is doing and where they're getting their funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Power is in the back, Ms. Cook, if you have any questions. We know what you meant, yes. Anyone else inside the commission chamber would like to speak this evening? Former Commissioner Gloria Battle.
1240 Southwest 608, Deerfield Beach, Florida, Gloria Battle. First of all, I want to thank the gentle lady for the shade. We needed the laugh. Secondly, I need an update, Mayor, on the snipe ordinance that we passed. I see in District 2, they seem to be cropping up and nobody's picking them up and doing anything with them, but they're there. Secondly, I got my warning ticket. I think we need more information and more clarity on that. I was doing 30. I was doing 30, but it was 4:01. I got my warning. Most people are under the impression that after the lights are off, if it's a 30-mile-per-hour zone, you can do 30 miles per hour and not get a ticket or a warning. That's not the case with me. The other thing that I'm interested in, is there a possibility that we can do an ordinance to keep those people that cut our lawns from blowing the trash into the drains? We have French drains, but they get clogged up by the clippings that they blow into the streets that eventually end up in our drains. Thank you.
Thank you, former Commissioner. Is Mr. Gladio here? There he is. If you have any questions regarding the school zone cameras, Mr. Gladio is in the back, former Commissioner. Congratulations.
Thank you.
For those of you who can't see, he's wearing an IU shirt, so
I may need
presentation.
I may need a police escort out of here. Dan Hirsch, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. It's important to look at the people who are in charge of the city after almost a full year of watching them in action. After all, they will potentially be in charge of 300 plus new employees and a $75 million public safety budget.
This is what City Manager Rodney Brimlow said 4 years ago when he was hired for the newly created position of Director of Public Safety, and I quote, "We will focus on emergency management and disaster mitigation to provide enhanced protection and support during critical times." One of those critical times was October 26, 2025, when multiple Deerfield Beach homes were flooded. Brimlow told the affected homeowners, I quote, "The communication, emergency response, unanswered phone calls, and misinformation is completely unacceptable and will be resolved within the next 2 days." Rodney Brimlow was in charge of emergency management and disaster mitigation for 3 long years. Here's what Mayor Drosky said when Rodney Brimlow was hired. "We need someone who can do a deep dive into our contracts with BSO." Do you know how many cost-saving suggestions Brimlow brought up in his 3 years as public safety director and 1 year as city manager? If you answered 0, you would be correct. Another issue occurred just last meeting. Something as simple as who screwed up in not lowering the city flag on 9/11 resulted in the city manager not telling the truth. How could the city manager tell Commissioner Hudak that the city's outside vendor screwed up when a Freedom of Information request revealed that city staff is responsible for raising and lowering the flag? Our mayor has also exhibited a dark side since taking office. People who supported me in the mayoral election are being targeted by the mayor, such as Sandra Jackson and Nina Minucci. Sandra was removed from the African American Heritage Board, and Nina, despite being the 2024 Volunteer of the Year at the Senior Center, was told her volunteer services were no longer needed. This was especially egregious as it appears the mayor's girlfriend spread an unfounded rumor that Nina passed out my campaign material at the Senior Center. Based on this false allegation, without any evidence, the mayor ordered her to be removed from her important volunteer work at the Senior Center. This sounds like something that would happen in communist China, not in the United States.
Anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak? Mr. Givens?
I don't know how to come behind that one, but let me say it like this. My name is Demetrius Givens. I'm gonna put my time on so I don't go over my 3 minutes. I'm gonna start it. So I want to say,
We're keeping track.
no, it's better for me because I know how to rap and close. So at 1150 Southwest 7th Avenue, Deerfield Beach, Florida, is where I was raised. And I honor you, Mayor Drosky, as our head coach. That would be assistant coach. That would be assistant coach. That would be assistant coach, and that'll be assistant coach. The reason that the game was simple. It said, for the love of money is the root of all evil. You want to find evil, find out where the money at. And at the bottom line, pound for pound, after Jesus, I believe Martin Luther King will be the greatest of all times that ever preached that gospel. But he told the world, until you get your economic empowerment for your community, somebody will steal from you. They will kill. They will put their names on buildings to make you believe that they love you. You can go out there and pick cotton. The Pompano tornadoes used to be the bean pickers. The Blanche Ely Tigers since 1952. There was a young lady by the name of Miss Blanche Ely. She taught her people how to believe in themselves. See, I came home with a vision from Atlanta called the Bisons. And I said, if we take care of our kids, I coached them all. Do y'all understand Lamar Jackson is from Exit 36? We coached him. Do you understand JPP Paul? 3 times. 3 times. It's from Deerfield. But the reason that we can't come together is just like the you lost here last night. I lost too. I don't like you. No, I'm just joking.
Mr. Givens.
But I'm joking. I know we have them in business. But see, in sports, we can come together. He likes Pittsburgh. I like the Miami Dolphins. But the difference is I earned this. I can give it to you. It won't fit your finger. I can't be you. You decided to represent us, this board. All we're asking, because the church, we gonna stand with you. So I want everybody to know tonight, I'm a preacher. I've been preaching my whole life since the age of 6. So I don't worship a flag. I worship God. Thank you, Commissioner Nadrowski.
Thank you. If everyone wants to get their checkbooks ready, he'll be passing the plate here momentarily.
Good evening, Jamara Portier, 219 Southwest 4th Street. Good evening to you all. I just have a question. I wanted to know, I'm interested in us starting maybe like a community night once a month here in the city of Deerfield with food trucks and where everybody can come together. I mean, we have Juneteenth, we have MLK Day, we have Pioneer Day on certain days, but I think that for this community, we need to start being proactive about how we need to start bringing this community together, the entire community. I had asked the commission, well, not the commission, but at a town hall, I did inquire about, you know, having a food truck night in the city of Deerfield Beach and what we need to do to arrange that. That is something I think, and if it's not that, then something else where once a month or every other month or quarterly or whatever, we need to start bringing this entire community together. Because, you know, enough is enough. You know, Deerfield is a great city. Deerfield has not always been a great city, but Deerfield is now a great city. And there are some great people that live in this city. And I think that we really need to start focusing on coming together, and we need to work actively, and we need to be intentional about that, not just checking boxes. We need to be intentional about bringing this entire community together, not us on one side of the tracks and people on the other side of the tracks. Deerfield is one city, and this commission represents the entire city of Deerfield, not just different sections.
Excellent, thank you. Anyone else like to speak for public comment? Madam Clerk, last chance online. Last chance inside the commission chamber. Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to close the public comment portion of tonight's meeting, and then we'll move to the consent agenda.
Mayor, items 5 through 7 are currently on consent.
Do any of my colleagues have any polls or questions for 5, 6, or 7? Seeing no lights, we'll go to the public. Anyone inside the commission chamber that would like to speak on items numbers 5, 6, or 7? Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up? Is there anyone online, Madam Clerk? Okay, I'm going to close the public and meeting on 1 second on items 5, 6, and 7.
Motion to approve items 5, 6, and 7.
Second.
All right, so I'll formally close the public hearing on items 5, 6, and 7. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hudak, and then a second by Commissioner Plout. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. That will conclude items 5, 6, and 7. Mr. City Attorney?
Item number 8 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing execution of a marketing license agreement with Utility Service Partners Private Label, Inc., doing business as Service Line Warranties of America for a service line warranty program for a 3-year term with 1-year renewals thereafter, providing for implementation and effective date.
Mr. City Attorney, who's giving the presentation this evening? It's typically Mr. Salas, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Mayor Drosky. This is Steve Baranowski. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Steve. Give me, is Steve doing the presentation? Oh, thumbs up. Okay. It's an online presentation tonight. Go ahead, Steve. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. No problem. I appreciate you. Well, yeah. Good evening, Mayor Drosky and fellow commissioners. I appreciate you letting me join tonight. I just wanted to give an update on the service line warranty program that is partnered with Deerfield Beach. I just have some updated stats and just a little bit of information. I know there's some new commissioners on, so I wanted to give a little bit of background, just to let everybody know the partnership that we have with Deerfield Beach. Go to the next slide, please. There we go. So what we do is we help the city educate residents on their water and sewer line responsibilities. Most people don't know that the water and sewer line are their responsibility until something happens, and then they have to have the uncomfortable conversation with the city of Deerfield Beach that it's their responsibility. So we will periodically send out a mailer just letting people know that yes, those water and sewer lines are your responsibility, and offer this optional coverage for your residents to enroll in. And next slide, please. So we have the three plans: exterior water line, sewer line, and in-home plumbing. The water is $575 a month, sewer is $775 a month, and in-home plumbing is $699 a month. And that it does not, there's no service charge, no deductible, and you can file as many claims as you would need to in a year. And all our work is guaranteed for a year. The water and sewer line coverage allows up to $8,500 per incident. Not per year, per incident, and that would include anything from jetting a line to complete line replacement. And then we work with the local contractors to go out to the home, fix whatever the issue is, and then we'll actually pay the contractor ourselves. So all the homeowner has to do is give us a call, and we'll take care of the rest. And our staff is in our call centers in Chattanooga, Tennessee. We are staffed 24/7, 365 days a year. So even if 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, if there's an issue that pops up, they'll be able to call us, and we'll have somebody dispatched out there right away. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to provide an update on the numbers. We currently have 312 residents at Deerfield Beach enrolled in 459 service plans. So that's a combination of the water, sewer, and in-home plumbing. And we've completed 341 repairs, saving just under $200,000 to the Deerfield Beach residents. And after each claim, we do send out a customer satisfaction survey just to make sure that our customer and your residents were happy with the claim. And we're currently sitting at 4.75 out of 5. And year over year, our retention rate is 82%. So residents that do sign up are holding on to it and maintaining the coverage. And next slide, please. And this is just some more of the recent feedback that I wanted to provide. These are your residents that had a claim in 2025 that I just want to pass the message along. And I think that next slide, please. And yep, I think that's it. Is there any questions that I can answer?
Commissioner Plout, you have your light on?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to vouch for this company from personal experience. I got a letter from the city over 20 years ago that suggested that this company would be able to provide sewer line service for my house. And previously, the city kind of bent over backwards if you called their emergency line and your sewer pipe, your toilets wouldn't flush or something. Even if it was on your property, they seemed to come out and take care of it even on the weekend. And I was amazed by that. But I got that letter, and it was in the area of about $7 a month or something to sign up for it. And they did say they had 24-hour service and weekend service and all that. And so having a corner house with trees all the way around it, I decided, you know what, I'll just put this on my checking account. They'll take it out every month, and I probably won't miss $7 or $8. And sure enough, it seemed to always happen on a holiday, when you get more people in your house and stuff. And I had some problems. And when I called them up, my number must appear on their caller ID with my name, because they'd say, "Hello, Mr. Plout. How are you? Are you having a service disruption?" I'd say yes, and I would describe it. And within a few hours, somebody would be out, and they would usually snake the line out, and there wouldn't be any charge at all. And so I found the service to be unbelievably excellent. And I found out later that I guess I could have gone to Home Depot and snaked it out myself if I even knew how, and I could rent the machine for, $50 or $80 or something and lug it back and forth. I wasn't going to do that. If I hired a plumbing company to do that, they would have charged me $300 or $400 even back then. So it was the best service I ever had. And after about 15 years, they could not clean it out anymore. They came out with a camera service. They put a television camera down there. And when it got to the point where these tree roots were growing into the pipe, they went out with a detector on top of the ground to find out exactly where it had stopped. And they dug it up and they put 45 feet of brand new pipe from my house, dug a hole underneath my sidewalk and hooked it up to the city. It would have been about a $4,000 or $5,000 job. It was 100% covered. And on the way out, I asked the guy, well, when the tree roots grow back, what's the problem? What's going to go on? And he said, will they pay for it again? And he said, oh, you'll never have to worry about that again. And I said, why? And he said, well, tree roots will not grow through copper. And I wrapped the pipe in copper. So you're good. And so I called in and complimented everyone. And since then, I added their water supply service to that. So if my water line breaks, and it's happened to my neighbor, and his water bill was like $1,000 before I actually saw it gushing out of his house, and I called him. And the repair would have also been expensive. So I have their water supply, I have their water sewer, and this is really an amazing company for that price. It's a no-brainer really to put it on your house, I can tell you. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Testimonial by Tom, everybody. So we will now open this to the public. Is there anyone that would like to speak on item number 8 this evening?
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. The gentleman made a great presentation, but he left out a very important item. He didn't tell the public how much the city gets a commission for this service. And I think I read that it's 10%. And if you're not putting this contract out for bid, how do you know that 10% is good? How do you know that another company wouldn't offer you 50%? You don't know because nobody did the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there anyone online? Come on down.
Glory Battle, 1240 Southwest 6th Way. It took me a couple of years, Commissioner Plout, before I realized the value of this particular service. And I guess I must have been one of the people in the forefront because they started talking about it when I was sitting on the dais, and I let it go. After spending hundreds of dollars for plumbing or whatever the case may be, it's a no-brainer. I'm surprised that only 312 people have signed up for this program. I've been telling everybody that I know that this is one of the best programs. I don't care about what the city gets, 10% or whatever the case may be. If I can save that $300 for them to unplug my toilet every time my daughter drops some hair in it or whatever, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, former Commissioner. Go ahead.
Stephanie Correa, 164 Westbury J, Deerfield Beach. I'm a little reluctant to speak when I know there's something so big coming up after. We're spending a lot of time on this service line warranty. But I do have concerns about it. I live in Century Village, and this is basically a licensing agreement to allow this company to use the name and the logo of the city to send out these offerings. So people in Century Village, a lot of older people, they think that, I know that it says this is optional, but they think they're getting something from the city that's telling them they have to do something with their home. We're in a master community. This doesn't even really apply to us. And I have real concerns about it because it's a form of somewhat financial, I don't want to I'm just going to say financial fraud. I'm saying there's an element of deceit, and there has been a class action against this company, HomeServe USA, which is the main company. So they enter into agreements with cities. They do give a 10%. What the city then does with that, we don't know. What are you going to do with the 10%? Some cities have given it back to the community, but that's not been discussed. What goes on with that money that's gotten? But also the idea that the city is giving this company the information about their people who live here, their addresses, their information, and the marketing, it's a marketing licensing agreement with a sort of warranty insurance company. And if you go on, not that I pissedconsumer.com, 32 negative reviews of Home Service USA, which is the main company. So this is a subsidiary company. All I'm saying is there's more to this than I think it appears. And when you're in a huge 8,500 some odd unit master association condo area, and they're getting flyers about this kind of thing, it seems official, and they feel obligated to do something, to pay something. So I just caution about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Coming to speak?
Hi there. Yes, Gina Johnston, 500 Southwest Natura Avenue. Good evening, everyone. I too want to voice concern. I live and work in Natura Senior Community. We have 435 units, over 1,000 people. Every time a mailer goes out, my phone rings off the hook because they want to know if this is a scam. And I have to advise every one of our homeowners that they are not even responsible for the pipes that run through the community. Some board years ago gave up the right for the city to maintain our sewers and our incoming water lines. So this is very confusing to our homeowners. So if the commission decides to move forward, I would suggest that in their marketing plan, that something is written in their statements that say they should be checking if they're actually responsible for these lines. Because just like the prior resident said, they think this is something that they have to have. They get worried and they think, oh man, I better sign up for this. If something happens, I'm on a fixed income, I cannot afford it. So I would definitely recommend that something is in their marketing, if it does go out, for homeowners to understand that they may not even be responsible to pay for these repairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else inside the commission chamber? Madam Clerk? Ms. Berner, go ahead.
Something real quick is that I live in a senior community, and with all the
Name
scam,
and address, please.
know what it is.
I-
Harold
okay.
Burnett, I know,
Berner, there's
3130
protocols, please.
Cambridge F. With all the scams that are going on, this doesn't seem viable to be another one. I mean, some of us have our senses, some of us are losing our senses. And I just think that it is a truly bad thing. I mean, one person already who spoke came up and gave wrong information last week. And then another person who spoke doesn't even know his district area. Someone else said a Century Village event was a city event, and it was a holiday event. That was an awful thing to do. I just think, leave it alone. It shouldn't come into Century Village. I know that for sure.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else online? Okay, anyone else here? Nope. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing on item number 8, commission.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, motion to approve item number 8 by Commissioner Plout, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. Commissioner Shinesky, did you?
Yes, sir. I was wondering if, I think more research needs to be done on this. Is there any way we can make a motion to table this for the next meeting so we can do more research?
Not at the moment. There's a motion to approve on the table. So we'll call that first and we'll see what happens. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
No.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Item number 9 is discussion and potential action regarding public safety services.
Okay, this is why everyone's here tonight, right? So thank you all for coming and being here and participating. This is the way we're going to handle item number 9 this evening. At the last meeting, if you were here, we had presentations. So there are no presentations tonight. There have been 2 weeks where we have had meeting after meeting after meeting. It's been death by meeting for the last 2 weeks. So tonight, item number 9 is discussion and potential action regarding public safety services. First, I'll allow my colleagues, if they want to comment or say anything first, they have the opportunity to speak first. If they wish, they don't have to. That will be first. We will then go into the public comment portion because we will be voting tonight. I suspect that will probably take at least an hour, maybe 2, depending on how many of you wish to speak. And again, please be respectful of each other. Please do not clap, do not cheer for one side or the other. This is not a pep rally. And then after all of the public comment is concluded, then we will go in and we will have the commission discussion regarding this. I'm going to do this in the opportunity that is most fair to all of my colleagues and those that are here. So as we end the meeting historically, I will call on I'm sure all 5 of us want to speak. So then I'll call on you just as exactly as we end the meeting. So Commissioner Hudak from District 1, you will be first. Commissioner Shenetsky, you will be second. Commissioner Plout, you'll be third. Vice Mayor Preston, you'll be fourth. And then I will be fifth. After the conclusion that all 5 of us speak, then I suspect that someone will be making a motion tonight. But that's an hour or 2 down the road. So as we dive into item number 9, give my colleagues, anyone that would like to speak, please go ahead and put on your lights, and then we'll go into public comment next. So Vice Mayor Preston, you had your light on first, followed by Commissioner Shenetsky.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to disclose that my son works for BSO, and there has been some literature passed out about that. How do we deal with that then? I have sought the opinion of the city attorney, which he has assured me that there is no conflict in me voting. Nothing that we are dealing with here directly affects my son. I'm not voting on something raised for him. I'm not voting on a position for him. I'm voting on a contract that affects the citizens of Deerfield Beach. The city attorney has assured me that there is no problem, and with that, me voting. So I wish you guys would stop bothering me about this. Okay, I'm not an attorney. You bothered me enough that I went to an attorney, and he says that I'm allowed to vote on this. So I would like to ask the city manager directly, with what we may potentially do, meaning that we may go in-house if this happens, will this, number one, affect the millage rate at all?
The millage rate is set by the commission. Whether it affects the millage rate or not depends on if the city wants to make adjustments elsewhere in the budget or if they're keeping all of the other projects and costs the same. As far as your question, you're saying if we go in-house or whether we stay with BSO?
What I'm saying is if we were to assume all of the costs, will this indirectly or directly affect the millage because we are assuming a responsibility that we don't have now?
It should not, based on what our CFO has looked at already.
Okay. Would there be an interruption? Is there the potentiality for other services to be interrupted because we would assume this responsibility? Basically, drawing from other departments, would there be any type of an interruption in service if the city of Deerfield Beach embraces this challenge?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's it for me now. I got some other stuff here, but we'll wait later.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Shenetsky, and then there's no other lights. Then we'll go into the public comment. If you signed up with the clerk, you'll go first. But anyone that wants to speak, you will have that opportunity. We will not stop until everyone is heard. Commissioner Shenetsky?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just want to start off to say, I mean, this is a huge undertaking. Public safety will probably be the biggest part of Deerfield Beach's budget, our resources, our staff time. My father was in World War II. He was part of a huge team that planned the invasion of D-Day. It's called Operation Overlord. And my father used to tell me that it took about 2 years with intense planning, logistics, every aspect was examined to make sure that this operation was a success. Every budget item, every personnel was examined, even to the weather. So when they made the decision to go for it on June 6th, everything was planned out, everything, because it was such a huge undertaking, invading Europe. I feel that for Deerfield Beach, this is a huge undertaking. I feel that this is something we really can't rush because public safety is the most important thing for our citizens that the city has to offer. I just want to start out saying that.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, we're going to go to public comment now. Madam Clerk, anyone that signed up will be first. We'll go to, after she is finished, those that have signed up, we'll go to those that are inside the commission chamber, followed by those that are online, followed by any stragglers. Madam Clerk, who's first and then who will be on deck?
Charles Watley and then Matthew Castillo.
Mr. Watley, I'm going to caution you that you were very, do not be personal in your comments this evening. I was remiss last meeting, so please refrain from this meeting.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, commissioners. Earlier tonight, when you were doing the presentation, we heard that phrase, unwavering ethics and integrity. The last meeting, the sheriff came out here and in semblance reached out with an olive branch, saying that he would pay for a different study, that you could pick the company yourself, and discussions were made on a 2-year extension. The only thing I have to say about that is, you may think an olive branch was extended to you, but based on his behavior, his lack of unwavering ethics, his lack of integrity.
Mr. Watley, I'm going to.
Sorry.
Please.
That to take caution in your decision, because knowing him, it's a political trap. Say no to BSO. Thank you. Marine Corps veteran and 28 years of law enforcement, therefore I cannot give out my address.
Law enforcement, ladies and gentlemen, law enforcement under Florida law does not have to disclose their address. Madam Clerk, who is second?
Matthew Castillo,
Mr. Castillo, and then who's on deck?
Major D. Giovanni. Sorry.
Say that 3 times fast. Mr. Castillo, name and address for the record, please.
Matt Castillo, 115 Southeast 14th Street. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I have many concerns, but since I only have 3 minutes, I will choose one. And that is my lack of confidence and trust in this current city government when it comes to transparency and communication with the citizens of Deerfield Beach on the issue of public safety specifically. On September 5th, residents who follow the city's social media may have seen a post asking them to participate in a survey regarding public safety. 13 days later, the city posted that they received an overwhelming 2,200 responses. In the same post, the city said that of those 2,200 responses, 1,600 were authentic. 1,600 voices out of 86,000 residents. The post also stated that more than half of the respondents favored moving away from BSO. Since the city did not give actual numbers, let's say more than half is 60%. 60% of 1,600 is 960. 960 people out of 86,000 is 1.1% of the population. And yet, the title of the city's social media post reads, "City Survey shows residents want more control over public safety." Since when is 1.1% of the population enough to proclaim what its residents want? This communication from the city is misleading to anyone who doesn't look closely at the numbers. On November 13th, the first of the safety forums was held. The captions under the meetings included phrases such as "Your voice matters" and "Let's make sure every voice is heard." I expected to be able to ask questions about costs, taxpayer burdens, what the logistics of moving to our own public safety would look like, etc., but no such information was made available at those meetings. I was also hoping to speak with city officials to get a baseline of where things stand. However, all but one were absent. Thank you, Commissioner Shinetsky, for being there. My question is this: how am I to trust a city government that uses poor public surveying and data analysis to then mislead residents into thinking that the majority of said residents are in favor of moving away from BSO? How do I trust this city government to make right decisions regarding our own public safety? Simple, I do not. How do I trust this city to hire the best and the brightest to keep Deerfield safe? Simple, the best and the brightest are already in this room, the men and women of BSO. In closing, all I ask is that the city government be more transparent and communicative with its citizens. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Remember, no clapping, please. Major, you were next. And anyone on deck, Madam Clerk?
Tiffany Baker.
Good
Tiffany will
evening,
be up.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, staff, residents that are with us. I just want to reiterate the importance of this decision. The sheriff said it very succinctly, I think, last meeting. Measure twice, cut once. This is a huge undertaking. If there's any doubt, there should be pause. In the consultant report, there was a 7.5% multiplier that was used to calculate the escalating cost of the BSO contract. However, a 10-year analysis of the BSO cost by pulling the records from archives, and I have copies that I can provide each of you, shows that the actual cost, subtracting the city requested service level increases, is actually 4.22% for both contracts. The aggregate total is 4.22%. That is a difference of 3.3%. Over the course of a 20-year projection, that is a difference of $950 million, which is around $800 to $900 million that was projected as a savings, which means there is no savings. And that's even if the study, which had lacked any data analysis, had accurate numbers. So again, I would urge you to consider measure twice, cut once. The sheriff has offered a 2-year contract. He has offered to pay a study for this city that will save the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. The Pompano Beach study was $285,000. You are doing a study for 2 departments, and the sheriff offered to pay that because he cares so much about this community. He stood here in person and he owned past rhetoric. He offered a public apology in humility. He showed that he cared for this community. He was present at the MLK Day parade, interacted with these residents. He cares. But more importantly, you have a decision to make that should be rooted in sound data. The 2-year contract gives you an opportunity to have that study to bring back that result to you, and then you can make a decision. Rushing a decision tonight, when I'm telling you 4.22%, that's a big difference from a 7.5% multiplier, $950 million over the course of 20 years. I would strongly urge you to continue to work with us. You're in a 2-year transition anyways. Sign a 2-year contract. Let there be time for an actual study to be done. If the city chose to transition after 2 years, you're already in a 2-year transition. There is no harm in signing a 2-year contract, getting a free study, and coming back with sound data to make this important decision. The men and women that serve your community, they value their jobs. They value the opportunity to serve you and your families. Please give a vote of confidence in them. Give a 2-year breathing room for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giovanni, or Major rather. Madam Clerk, who was next?
Tiffany Baker, and then Parker Edwards.
Okay, go ahead, please. Name and
Tiffany
address for the-
Baker, may I not give my address due to law enforcement?
Your law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, you're
Thank
good.
you. There's a quote I was taught at a young age that has proven true throughout my 43 years, and that's you get what you pay for in life. I think we've all seen a prime example of that when Deerfield released their 12-page report last meeting. It does not come as a shock to anyone in this room that inflation has increased substantially since COVID. According to numerous websites all over, costs have risen 25%. We are all paying more for groceries, insurance, cars, transportation, childcare, etc. What would make anyone in this room think that public safety would not also increase? I think it is fair, and I think that it is necessary to pay the men and women who risk their lives running into burning buildings or shootouts a competitive pay. Not more than anyone else, we're talking competitive, which we are not with other agencies. Good luck at trying to staff an entire new department. I look forward to seeing this generation that we have now line up for these applications for such a dangerous job that pays $65,000 a year when they can make double that by being an electrician, plumber, or a lineman. The risk is no longer worth the reward. I believe this actually, though, has less to do with money than it does a personal agenda, spite, and pride. I don't care if you don't like the sheriff. I don't care if you don't like the next sheriff. I don't care if you don't like the fire chief that you guys hire for your new agency that you're creating. What I do care about is that you guys choose the best for us as residents. If my child needed brain surgery, I certainly wouldn't be choosing the doctor based on how friendly he or she is. I would be basing it on a high level of expertise in the field along with access to state-of-the-art resources should anything go wrong. Within the past 4 months, my family has used the services of Broward Sheriff's Office Fire Rescue twice. Once for my elderly father-in-law, who was short of breath due to complications from cancer, and another for my 6-year-old daughter who fainted while at the farmer's market a couple weeks ago. From the 911 dispatcher to the lieutenant on scene, everyone treated our family with such professionalism. My 10-year-old daughter was present for both events, which I was not, and we could not be more thankful to the crew for offering such comfort, care, and kindness to her. With that being said, I believe it's a huge slap in the face to your residents to not take the sheriff up on his offer. Perhaps you can make the slogan of your new department, saving money at the cost of lives, should you vote no to his offer.
Ms. Bertner, this is not a pep rally. Parker Edwards is next, and Madam Clerk, who's on deck?
Gina Johnston.
Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Parker Edwards, 1272 South Military Trail. I'm here to add a few of my thoughts against going with a transition at this time that I don't think have necessarily been part of the discussion. The first is that we don't really know what our property tax revenues are going to look like next year. I think we've all heard reporting that the state government is interested in bringing a referendum regarding property taxes and lowering them to the voters in November. I suspect that will happen. And so obliging us this year to capital outlays to spin up 2 new departments seems particularly ill-advised. We just don't know what our revenues are going to look like. The second thing that I wanted to say is regarding the study, the feasibility study specifically. I'm a math professor at FAU, but you don't need a PhD to identify the deficiencies in the actual document that we received. We just heard talk about this 7.2-ish% number that I can't even tell based on what's written in the document, whether it has been adjusted for the amount of service or population that we've requested over a period of time, the averaging that was done. This is basic kind of stuff that I would expect to be reported in a publicly facing document. The third thing that I wanted to say to the commission is that I suspect you'll agree with me that the negotiations over this particular contract have at least personally felt a little bit gamey. I feel a little bit blindsided by the speed at which these decisions have suddenly hit the news, and then I have to scramble to go read documents and understand what's going on. I really personally don't feel you guys have a really broad electoral mandate to oblige us to tens of millions of dollars of capital outlays right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Gina, you're next. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Melvin Nass.
Gina Johnston, 500 Southwest Natura Avenue. I just wanted to share an email that I sent to some of the commission and the mayor and vice mayor for the rest of the commission with a few thoughts. I live and work in Natura Senior Community. I attended the last commission meeting. I also attended one of the meetings with the consultant. Before the consultant's meeting began, he told me that he had no answers and thought the meeting was premature as he didn't have any information to give to any of the residents. I feel that the future that you will vote on tonight should be based on timing. For some added background, I'd like to share this. I knew Rodney Brimlow at the time when he served as the captain for the Deerfield Beach BSO. While having car break-ins and a single car theft in Natura HOA at the time, I called him back when I served as the association president. He visited my office and we discussed at length the issues within the senior community. Captain Brimlow shared the programs, the liaison officers that he would make available to our citizens to give added layers of security. The officers were made available to speak at our meetings for community education, etc. After that, the city manager and BSO sheriff had a falling out, and here we are today. Does the summary that the commission received include these items that I listed that Captain Brimlow offered to Natura, as well as the funding to support them? This is not just about the day-to-day BSO, it's also about relationship, pride, and gratitude to the men and women who risk their lives every day for us. Unfortunately, it seems like this topic is only being looked at by costs and not about the loss, what the loss of BSO would mean. As you look at these costs, remember the cost of living increase already facing the more than 1,000 seniors that I work with every day in Natura. Consider the huge tax increases we will face in starting our own police and fire departments without preparation. Although we may not all be a fan of the current sheriff, this should not get in the way of paying our first responders a livable wage. There are a lot of personality conflicts that should never have happened amongst professionals, and we need to look past this. Do you know that Wawa employees make $30,000 a year as their base salaries? Our BSO team makes a few dollars more than that. We are a training ground for the best of the best. Let's keep them. Please vote no tonight and keep BSO. If you think we need a change, this is something that can grow with our city. Save funding received by all the developers for the projects on 10th Street, Hillsborough Boulevard, and Federal Highway, and the many to come. Fix our current police station and fire station buildings and with those funds first, as they need to be brought up to code anyway. Make a future plan, but tonight I ask you to vote no to the Deerfield Beach Police and Fire Departments. The residents of Deerfield, as a majority, will be thankful that you took our needs and finances into consideration before we begin something that has no basis for success. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Mel Nass. Oh, here he comes. Who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Trisha Simon.
Trish will be on deck. Mr. Nass, come on down. Just name and address for the record, please. I know you're not law enforcement.
Mel Nass, 3081 Oak Ridge U, Century Village. And I'm only 87 years old, but I've had the privilege of living in different communities. New York City, one of the largest, then moving to Long Island suburbia, then moving and spending over 40 years in agriculture in the country, in rural, and then a privilege of coming here to Deerfield for the last 20 years. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly in law, in fire, in ambulances, and what have you. It's such a tremendous undertaking if you go it, if you will, from the beginning, from scratch. I really support the idea of doing the additional study that BSO is offered and contract, so that you would learn more about all the infrastructure, the training, everything involved. But if you had to make a decision this evening, I would go along with what Dan, the officer, has said. In a way, I'll just simply sum it up by saying, hey, if it isn't broken, don't fix it, don't tamper with it. But maybe you could even if it isn't broken and there's something that comes up in the future, have your say and understand what the problem is a bit better to be able to communicate that to the BSO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nass. Tricia Simon is next, and who's on deck?
Jim Simon?
Come on down. Name and address for the record, please.
Tricia Simon, 865 Northeast Fifth Street. I've been a resident of Deerfield Beach since 1961. I know I don't look like it, but and at that time there were less than 10,000 residences. So I have seen a lot of changes, and shame on me, I have never come to one of these meetings ever. But I feel this is so important that I was compelled to come. There was something said in the last meeting, I did listen to it on the iPad. There was something said that really stuck out in my mind, and that was, if Deerfield goes with their own department, they will have certified, and everyone on the force will have all their credentials. So what's the difference? But there is a huge difference. It's the experience. Excuse me, these men and women have invaluable experience. They have institutional knowledge, and you can't get that right out of the academy. You know, I don't want to put the trust of my life into someone who's new, just with all their certifications. I want that experience. I've had 2 occasions where BSO has come to my home, and both of them could have been life-threatening. The people on the rescue were professional. They listened. They didn't talk down to us. And I don't think that comes when you're just new to a job. I think that comes with experience. So I would stress that I think you really have to have experienced people, and to start right off with unexperienced people is a big concern for me. The other thing is, in my position, I do recruit and hire people now only for administrative positions. But I can tell you, we have had a rough time hiring people even the last 2 years with this job market. I have a position that's been open for a year, and it's 4 to 6 months to hire people. So the other concern is, how quickly can you even get a staff? With the way the job market is. I know there's a lot of jobs out there, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of people who want to come and work. So thank you.
Thank you. Jeb Simon is next, and who's on deck?
Donna Capibianco?
Good evening. My name is Jim Simon. I live at 865 Northeast Fifth Street. I have a concern before you guys make this huge decision for the city of Deerfield. And it's your properties that you own, or we own, and you manage. The safety facilities for the Deerfield Beach community are horrendous, to probably be kind about them. I'm surprised maybe BSO doesn't sue you for jeopardizing the health and safety of their employees. So I have a concern about that. And I think that's where you guys should be focusing and addressing. I've lived here 40 years in Deerfield, and I haven't seen, probably will never see a huge action on your facilities. That's all your firehouses, your police headquarters. We've heard all kinds of things that you're going to do. You're going to tear down Station 4 and sell it. Can't do that because you have contamination and all, who knows what else. You're going to do a new city hall, fire station, maybe 20 years ago, and here we are today. So I think you need to settle down, think about the future of the city of Deerfield. You have competent and responsible people aiding us, and the people that are going to lose in this startup are going to be us, the citizens, and you of Deerfield Beach. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Donna Capabianco, and then who's on deck?
Former Commissioner Joe Miller?
Name and address for the record, please.
Donna Capobianco, 2157. I'm in Cambridge, G, and I'm in Century Village. All our commissioners, I thank you for having us all speak, because I'm not going to undo, change, alter, or once again, repeat some of the messages that have been coming forward, not just in this meeting, but in this meeting becoming very specific because the world changed on its axis in your last meeting. When we saw a presentation by a sheriff, regardless of what we think or feel, an honest and open presentation, and an offer to dismiss and cast away all the dispersions and craziness about the presentation that was made, that was not valid enough to help most of you want to really go forward. You had serious concerns. Well, so did a lot of us. All our commissioners and all us residents need to know the real numbers and the real considerations associated with this very big safety and life and death decision. I appeal to the commissioners to put personal feelings aside and personal thoughts aside, accept the 2-year BSO contract. Just accept it. The proposal for the police and fire rescue services to continue for the sole purpose of accepting the offer of the BSO to pay for the city to conduct a transparent, fully informational, professional, dedicated to the issue study from any of those firms provided on the current list of transition study consultants, as of at least the list I looked at. January 16th was the last I looked at it. I implore you to get all the information, and some of you already were very concerned about that, and I appreciate that you're concerned. Get all the information needed, and then make a rational, resident safety decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Former Commissioner Joe Miller, and then who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Nobody else signed up.
Hi, Joe Miller, 248 Southeast 18th Avenue, Deerfield Beach, 44-year resident of Deerfield Beach. I appreciate the service you folks render to the city. I sat at Michael's seat for 10 years. If I was sitting there right now, I'd say it's an absolute no-brainer to take the sheriff's offer of 2 years to get a study done. We don't know what it's going to cost, the startup cost. I own a business. I know it's not easy to hire anybody now, and I don't pay as much as BSO people pay and with their benefits. I implore you, take the sheriff's offer. My opinion, you do not have enough information to make this most important decision you'll probably make in however many years you're going to be up here. This is a very, very, very important thing. This is life and death. And you have a 2-year period where you could gather more information. It's an absolute no-brainer to me. And I pray, God, that you have the wisdom to take that advice. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll now go to those inside the commission chamber that would like to speak but did not sign up.
Hello, Mayor. Chad Brocato, 8211 Canopy Terrace. As I spoke before you last time, I can't say enough how much that study is flawed. It's really just not grounded in good factual information. I assembled a book for all of you to give you some background. Most importantly, the staffing is just so far off. If you look at the crossover, I give you the actual crossover that transcended when this was 2011 and I was the fire chief of the department. We merged. That was 146 people. Now, how are you going to 15 years later with more population, so do the department with less people? It doesn't make any sense. Secondly, and probably most importantly, the numbers are off. They're off because the first part of the numbers are not correct. And so the first section about the numbers should be about 40 million. That's the budget I came up with. Happy to share all the background and the ideologies that would go into that budget. That's more realistic based upon what you would need for a mid-sized fire department. Third, and probably most important, you've heard a lot of people speak about the problem with hiring and the shortage with hiring. What I put in your book was a study by the United States Fire Administration that says there's a nationwide shortage of firefighters. I also put a Florida Fire Chiefs Association study that said there's a Florida shortage of firefighters. I was a past president of Fire Chiefs Association of Broward County, and I can tell you that one of our critical pieces was shortage of firefighters. What do you do if you decide, hey, we're going to go start our own, and you can't put enough human beings in those trucks? That's a catastrophic outcome. What do you do if you simply gave 2 years and gave this a little bit more pause, put together a more feasible, more valid study, got more information, and answered the questions that are being posed to you? That's not a bad outcome. So either a catastrophic, what will you do? I don't know that anybody can answer this question. What will you do if you can't put enough bodies in those trucks? It's a serious concern. I gave you enough backup information. I hope you can look that over, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mercado. Appreciate that. Former Commissioner Bernie Parnas coming down to speak.
I would like to see a show of hands from this audience of those that spoke, that read the backup material, which isn't 12 pages, but 147, detailing why they recommend we go and take control of our own destiny. How many people read all of the backup material?
Commissioner, address the audience.
They didn't.
You know,
They're basing their opinion on a 12-page report summary.
Listen, give him the respect, please.
Not on the facts. The backup material was prepared to help the commission make a decision. I went through it several times. What bothers me the most is that the 2 years doesn't mean anything, and I'll tell you why. The sheriff broke his contract with us, saying, if you don't give me more money than I agreed to, we're leaving. What's to prevent him from doing that a year from now or 2 years from now? Is he willing to put up a $50 million bond in case he does it again? If not, his word and his signature is useless. Why would you make a contract with somebody who's breaking a contract? You're giving him permission to keep doing it again and again and again. He asked the county, I'm $70 million over budget. I need it. You know what they said? No. Your representative and all the other representatives on the county commission said, no, we're not giving you the money. You agreed to a budget, we gave you a budget, and you're not living with it. That kind of business we don't need in Deerfield. As far as the other cities, I've contacted those 18 other cities out of 31 that do not need the BSO. I did not come across one that was dissatisfied with either the response time, the service, or the police departments. They have their own, and they're happy with them, as we would be if we take control of our own destiny. I urge you to say no to Tony. His signature and his promises are worthless.
Thank you, former Commissioner. Former Commissioner Battle, come on down. You're next, please.
Apologize for the false statement.
Carol, I'm not going to have it. You're next time you're out.
I like the shade she's throwing. I want to apologize to some people if I offended you by my remarks last week, but guess what? I stand by those remarks. I stand here before you today to tell you that I am not satisfied with BSO. I've had the opportunity to talk to people in my community over the last 2 weeks, and especially as the parade on yesterday. And they all said the same thing. We need our own city department, police, and fire. And that's what I'm standing by, because I believe in community policing. What I do know, and I've been here since 1950, but I do know, having read the backup and all that information before that, one way or the other, as an former administrator, I would never sign any contract that does not have caps. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jackson, coming to speak?
Do I have to get my address? Because I'm a police too.
I know you're not.
Did a lot of investigation in the city, you know that. My name is Sandra Jackson, 386 Southwest 35th Avenue. We got to first get over being sour because we didn't support somebody or you didn't win, okay? A lot of this is going on. I hope you guys make the right decision. Don't get mad if somebody don't support you, because we still want you guys to do the right thing. I have nothing against anybody up here, okay? I want what's best for my city. I know when you come up here and you say things, and my concern, if we get our police department back, for one, even in the past, I'm one that speak up and others that speak up, we get retaliated against. I spoke here at the last meeting. All of a sudden, I got a code violation, which is no problem because I can take care of it. But it seems like you guys come and pick at people that speak up, and that's my concern. I don't think we need our police department, get our in-house police department and fire department. As you know, certain people I might not support, but because you dislike somebody or didn't support somebody, that's not the reason for us to do what we're doing to the people and the residents of the city of Deerfield Beach. I am a homeowner. I own property in the city of Deerfield Beach. My taxes may not affect somebody who's renting, but it's going to affect them if the rent goes up. So we need to be concerned, and I think there's something more going on, as I told you before. It's in the air. It's in the air that someone is in your guys' ears, and you already got the 3 votes, and you already know who's going to have as a chief of policeman. Okay, and it's out there, and I hope it's no truth to it. So please, I'm asking you guys to do the right thing for the resident. And I thank you guys for, considering and doing right. Because one thing about it, what's done in the dark will come out sooner or later. It will come out sooner or later. And I ask you guys, and I pray that you guys make the right decision, because we as residents, we have rights. You had the guy to come out to do the analysis and do the study. There was no figures put out there when we had the meetings. There was nothing. So how we know you guys are telling the truth? I just feel like there's a bunch of lies going around. You guys are something's not right. Something's not right. So please do what's right for the community, because it's our parks. A lot of people come here and want to speak and don't live in the city of Deerfield Beach. I had one person call me, don't live in the city of Deerfield Beach, wanted to speak on the behalf of the city of Deerfield Beach, and I asked him why. He don't live here. It's going to affect me and everybody that live in the city of Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
Time's up. Thank you. Pastor, go ahead. Ms. Bolowicz, you'll be next.
Good evening, Pastor Ron Harper, 432 Southwest 10th Court, Deerfield Beach. I'm the pastor of I Am Kingdom Ministries International. I want to just kind of shine a different light on my feelings about BSO. I've been up in the city now 14 years, going into 15 years, pastoring, serving this community. And I can honestly say there's so much more. Yes, safety and fire, they're the main thing in the city, but it extends so much further than that. From my experience, I've partnered with BSO. I work with their homeless initiative. There's been a while back that we partnered with BSO, and we went to Tent City, and we fed and gave the homeless clothes and make sure that they had socks to wear. During COVID time, we set up feeding the community along with BSO. I also work with a nonprofit called the Adam Program, Awesome Dads, Awesome Men. And we collaborate also with BSO to where giving men an opportunity who's served their time in jail or in prison and give them an opportunity to re-enter into society. And we mentor them and we get those referrals from BSO because they're reaching out to that community to try to give those men a help. It's bigger than that's what's going forth. Yes, I understand the numbers. I understand the safety. I understand, you guys have a job to do, but the service that is being provided is so much more than what is being stated. And I think we have to consider that. Yes, safety is important, but we have kids that are, just last week, I got a phone call from BSO, and there was a family staying at the park, my ministry. And BSO called me and Pedro, and we were able to put that family. So it was a husband and a wife with 3 kids, and they were homeless on the park. We don't talk about this stuff, but this is what they're doing. They partner with our ministry, with our non-profit organization, and we were able to put that family in housing. We got them groceries, and we got the husband a job, right? And now that family is back on track. This is the stuff that we don't talk about. And what is going to be neglected if that transition happens? I know we're focusing on the, safety, but there's so much more going on, that they're offering. And I want us to consider that. How much time is it going to take in the midst of that transition that those people, that community is going to be left out because we're focusing on numbers. We're focusing on other things. So I want you guys to please consider that, when you're voting. And I also suggest take that opportunity, that 2-year opportunity, so that you guys can really, put your time in. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Ms. Bolowich, I said she was next.
It's okay. No, go ahead. I always want to hear what you got to say.
Thank you.
April Bolowich, 899 Northeast 4th Street. We've been given a 2-year extension, which is a chance to build trust. During that time, we need clear proof that any newly created emergency services would have the newest top-level equipment, fast response capability, and the same level of training, not just standard emergency response, but also victim assistance, domestic dispute de-escalation, specialized mental health and social service responses, among many other services BSO provides. I got a whole booklet here. This isn't just facts and numbers, though. I grew up with a now medically retired officer, Jimmy O'Hara. Domestic dispute intervention and officer safety training has changed significantly since 1995. These are personal stories. This is not a lot more than facts and numbers here. In 2013, Deerfield Beach BSO helped locate a missing preteen in about 30 minutes. The child was found in a neighboring city, hidden in a stranger's closet, all because BSO had early access to what I'm certain was Stingray technology, almost unheard of at the time in 2013. On December 30th, 2025, a total stranger stumbled into my front window while I was home alone. She sat down in my front yard and began vomiting. I gave her water and we talked. She begged me not to call 911 because she was afraid of being Baker acted. Again, she said. She said she had taken pills and was deeply depressed. Her recently divorced husband had taken their kids and then took her dog right before Christmas. She spent Christmas alone. I texted my husband quickly to send 911, and I didn't explain why because I was afraid she would see me and run. My trust in BSO mattered in that split second. Even before they arrived, I knew that they would handle this sensitively, whether it was homelessness, overdose, a mental health crisis, or even if she was a runner. Because my husband didn't know what to tell 911, I think the whole county showed up. For all they knew, I was being robbed. I hadn't thought of that when I called or when I texted him. But I wanted to publicly thank the responding officer, Kenny Matthews. He followed up later that day to reassure me that she was safe and that I had done the right thing. If Deerfield Beach creates its own police department, it will it immediately, or even ever, have the same level of access, constant access to advanced resources and specialized community outreach? Any change in a city's emergency procedures automatically increases risk. I want to know that the risk has been properly evaluated and mitigated. We have critical infrastructure failures right now that need our resources. We cannot take on additional projects and expenses at the behest of a company with an agenda. The 2-year extension is a gift. Really, let's accept it. Is that my time?
Which,
All right,
time's up.
thank you.
You. Ms. Berner, did you like to speak?
Yes.
Ms. Portier, you'll be next.
It's going to be a one-sentence statement. You want to save money. You already blew 72,000.
Study.
Jamar Portier, 219 Southwest 4th Street. My family, the Sharp family, has been in the city of Deerfield Beach since 1916. My great-grandfather, Frank Sharp, was one of the first farmers in this city. I'm Deerfield Beach through and through. I love this city. This is my city. This is my home. And I remember, I'm old enough to remember when Deerfield had its own police department. And those were not good memories. So whatever you're going to do, because you're going to do whatever you're going to do, whatever you're going to do, I just ask that you move with transparency, that you move with integrity, and that you move with character. When you select, or whoever the new chief or captain, whoever, whatever you decide, what is the vetting process for that? Does the community take part in that? Is this new police department going to be created with a victim-centered approach? Do you have an understanding of what community policing is? Are you going to be assessing the different communities and the different districts within the city when you are selecting your chiefs, your captains, your lieutenants, your officers? Are all of these things are your officers going to be trauma-informed trained? Are they going to have training in crisis management? We got a lot of kids in Deerfield. People hire people who don't even like kids. They do. I'm asking you to approach this from a human perspective. Don't lose your humanity in this process, because our lives matter.
Thank you, Mrs. Portier. Anyone else inside the commission chamber? We're not passing the plate, Mr. Givens.
All right. Demetrius Givens, 1150 Southwest 7th Avenue, Deerfield Beach, Florida. 50 years in this great city. 50 years in this great nation. As I stand and I honor this commission, I see the American flag. But on that seal, it says Deerfield. But underneath it says Broward County. So we already knew that we didn't create this land. God did. I kept wondering why he sent me to Deerfield, because I had something to say. As I hear that train going by, I think about Bryce Gotti, number 7. I coach Frankie, his daddy. See, if you coach in a county, there's a part that says a coach will impact more people in a day than some people do in a lifetime, because I meet them real young. So when I see them men in green walking behind their commanding officer, I know that's a team. If I go to Coral Springs, I'm going to see the Coral Springs team. I don't care where I go, you're going to see law enforcement. You know why? Because in Romans 13, it says, let every subject be subject to a higher power, because there's no other power higher than God. See, if you can police your household like my daddy did, ain't nobody rob us, because we was men of faith. And we policed our own neighborhood. Everybody came to the Givens house. You know why? Because it was a family. So until the day y'all can explain to me how my daddy died in COVID-19, and I called Commissioner Preston and I said, I just need a little help. Just open the gym. He said, I can't do it. He said, because we're under a different mandate now, son. But Pastor Ron Harper said, just come to the church. So I say again, there is a separation between church and state. There's a separation between how you run your city. Until the people stand, we all lose. That's what Dr. King said. So I serve this commission. I serve the people. And you do your job. Because it's two rules. Because I was out there in Parkland on that 14th February day. They called coach. And they said, we got something to say. Somebody just shot up a school. They had nothing to do with Chef Israel. And if you tell me that man that didn't go in was a coward from Broward, you talking sports. Who is that lawyer that used a term that we used in football to make a man look embarrassed? We ain't playing games, and there's no number on that man's life. So if you think that you could tell me you worth $100,000, go give it to the teachers.
Thank you, Mr. Givens. Mr. Scott, then Mr. Hers, you can be next.
180 Southwest 3rd Avenue, Terry Scott. Whatever you do, you should do it from your heart. Whatever you do should be from your heart. Now, a lot of folks have spoken about BSO, fire and rescue. But from the time that they have been here, they have done their job. We contract them to do everything that they have done. I too have been that boy, born and raised 3rd generation in this city. I know about Deerfield Beach policing. I know some of the good and the bad. I know it. I know what we have done here. Can we do it again? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You did it once, you can do it again. Nothing new. And do remember that BSO still has to do certain obligations because we're still paying tax to the county. We cannot afford to put all kind of rhetoric up. We got some good BSO here. I see a darn good BSO right here in this room right now that served Deerfield and served us well. Robert Snackenberg, when he was chief right here, he done an awesome job. Don't discredit him if we move. We can't do that because he served and served us well. And many others have served us and served us well. And if we go to our own, they're going to serve us and serve us well. Because, of course, they're going to be well qualified, well trained. I have 121 years in this one city. 1905. When there was only but a few here, those Black Bahamians began to come here and build this city. Look at what it's now. So we have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it does not move us. And have BSO always treated District 2 right? No. No. And I can't say they're doing it now. But what I can say, whichever way my city go, I have to be there too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Hers, you're next, please.
Dan Hirsch, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I know Commissioner Hudak has served our country admirably in the Air Force, and he understands more than most how important public safety is to the people he serves. That's why it's important to revisit the words that Commissioner Hudak said at the last commission meeting. Quote, I had really hoped that I had more information from the feasibility study
To say I was disappointed would be an understatement. I would like to at least explore what this 2-year contract with BSO would look like, because I think a transition study is what is needed. This is an extremely important decision. Public safety is our #1 responsibility as commissioners. I also want to see the due diligence and the details behind the costs. I understand all the detailed information that you went through, and I appreciate all of your due diligence, Mr. Reeves, but there's a lot of details that are missing that were pointed out, and you really didn't provide me with the answers I was looking for, honestly, because, again, the scope of your study. I really think that I would like to see more details as far as what this is going to cost, because at the end of the day, it is about cost control. I don't know that we have the details in the cost. Pompano is taking a year in order to get that detail, and I think we need to be diligent enough to at least explore that opportunity. So I would really like to see what this 2-year contract looks like before I make a decision on the 20th. I wish, Commissioner, that we had more details on how Stockton Reeves arrived at the $1 billion savings, but nothing has been added for the citizens to examine since the last commission meeting 2 weeks ago. We also have no idea how the city will pay for the increased costs, no matter who is chosen for public safety. We now know, after taking into account all the startup cost items that Stockton Reeves conveniently left out of his study, that upfront costs to start a new in-house public safety department will cost close to $30 million. When I asked City Manager Brimlow by email how he planned to pay for this, his response was, "The item for consideration on the January 20th agenda is for commission discussion and potential action, not a financial presentation." I interpret the city manager's response to mean, we will vote now and figure out how to pay for it by raising everyone's taxes and fees later down the road. BSO offered many cost-saving suggestions to the city, but they were all rejected by Brimlow. The one hypocritical idea he had was to keep BSO fire and dump BSO police, proving once again that it's the personal between Sheriff Tony and Brimlow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. Mr. Pelletieri, come on down. Ms. Fagan, you can be next.
Somebody's phone? There, sorry.
Don't start the 3 minutes.
Oh.
Mhm.
Matt Pelletieri, 849 Northeast 4th Street. I'm not afraid to give you my address. Mayor, commissioners, BSO staff, city staff, residents, and guests. I am a born and raised resident for 60 years. I'm speaking tonight from a long-term experience and documented history and not speculation. I've lived through multiple public safety models and consultants in this city. I've seen what works, what fails, and what ultimately costs the residents real money. In 1990, Deerfield Beach Police Department transitioned to BSO law enforcement because of serious documented issues, too many to go into at this moment. The decision wasn't political, it was necessary. BSO restored accountability, stability, and public trust citywide. In 2011, Deerfield Beach Fire Rescue transitioned to BSO Fire Rescue, for the mission was clear: maintain and improve service levels while addressing financial realities the city could not manage. The goals of that transition were straightforward. They avoided 26 firefighter paramedic layoffs. They prevented reduced services, transferred unfunded liabilities to the Broward Sheriff's Office, closed municipal pension plans, and benefited from the economies of scales procurement and purchasing. Those goals were achieved. Service levels were increased and maintained. Experienced personnel were retained, and the system continues to work today. There is no public safety failure. That justifies undoing this merger. Before even discussing leaving BSO or bringing back services back in-house, the city must confront the infrastructure reality. Multiple fire stations are non-tenable. Not my words, that was your engineer. The police station, same condition. Public work facilities and City Hall are in serious need of replacement and have multiple safety concerns. The newest issue is your acting flooding problem. That's currently in progress. The current study was presented to you is incomplete, inaccurate, and relies on flawed benchmarking, unsupported assumptions, and does not provide credible basis for a major public safety change. My recommendation is simple. Accept the sheriff's offer, the contract extension. It stabilizes costs, you control them. Preserve effective public safety services, and this allows you for a truly independent, fact-based study why the city can focus on fixing its infrastructure's deficit. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletieri. Ms. Fagan, you're next, please.
May Francis Fagan, 3500 Southwest Littoral Boulevard in the city of Deerfield Beach. My concern is, I've been here since 1945, so I've got all of you beat, okay? And not only with the Bahamians, but my parents came, grandparents and great-grandparents came from Alabama and Mississippi. So they had a contributing factor to this also. So I've been here when the sheriff was for Broward County, just came and not asked you a question, they kicked in your door. So that's not here, not there. But I think at this time, we still need to have BSO as our protector. I would say our protector, because last year, my nephew, son, hand got blown off with a firecracker, 6 years old. Now, if we just have what we just gonna start now, who gonna get him a Batmobile to get him to the hospital? They sent that helicopter and took him to Broward General Hospital, okay? My niece fell into a bucket of water and drowned. Mop water, and she drowned. Not no car came to take her, but that helicopter flew her down to the hospital down in Broward General, and they took her from there to the hospital down there in Children's Hospital in Miami. That we need to have protection for the residents of the city of Deerfield, not just starting over. We need to have some protection here. We don't need to just start having this new thing today and not have no. Every long time death that's been in this there Deerfield, who was solved it? It wasn't solved until BSO came along. Deerfield couldn't solve it. They're savage. Who solved it? BSO. So those are the things that we need to have intelligence, all kind of stuff that we need. I can't even begin to tell you because my finger hurting right now. But anyway, I said that to say that we need to have more, the citizens of Deerfield have the protection that we need and we deserve and we pay for. You're not giving us nothing, we paying for this. And the sheriff has said that he wants to give you opportunity to have that study done. Let's do it. Let's stop playing around. Because if you have personal feelings, forget about it. I have some too.
Thank you, Ms. Fagan. Anyone else? Jane, come on down. Joe, you're gonna have to wait, please. You're next, though. Jane first, then Joe.
Hi, I'm Jane Shaffrin, 48 Northeast 19th Terrace, Deerfield. I wasn't planning to talk, but everybody before me who is in favor of renegotiating a contract with BSO and taking Sheriff Tony up on his very generous offer, I'm on their side. My partner, Perry Victor, and I love BSO. We love the fire department. We are indebted to them. They've helped us out many times. We are NYPD family, and we believe in BSO, as well as our great fire department. And I read, and if you didn't read in today's Sun Sentinel, this wonderfully intelligent, well-written viewpoint article by Sheriff Tony. Everyone here should read it. It's great. And I just want to say that on on behalf of Perry and myself and all of us who pay taxes here and who live and who have skin in the game, we feel that we should definitely take Sheriff Tony up on his very practical, very generous offer. To us, it's a no-brainer. That saying has been spouted several times, and that's what I said when I read what was offered. It's a no-brainer. Anyone with any brains, and I know there are brains up there on the dais, to me, it's just nonsense not to take the sheriff up on his offer. BSO, you're never going to find or create in any kind of reasonable, rational budget a more professional, giving, well-equipped, well-trained force than our BSO. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, you're up. Just name and address for the record, please.
Joe Chansey, 4250 Northeast 4th Avenue. I'm hearing, everyone has their opinion. I trust in the dais to make the right decision for a city. I come from where all I know was BSO, right? We was unincorporated, so Broward Sheriff had our area until the city of Deerfield took us in. And by then, you guys had integrated with Broward Sheriff. So from that standpoint, I don't have an issue with BSO. Could they do a little bit more in our area? Yes. How would that look if it was in-house? I don't know. So I don't know how that feels, right? But I do trust you guys going to do the right thing for us. There's pros and cons. I know that change never comes easy, especially when something comes to, almost 87,000 residents, if not more. So I understand everyone's concern, everybody's safety. But I also want to add on to, regardless of which way you guys go, look at the local talents, the high schools, everyone's asking about safety, community police. Deerfield High is a good stamping ground or a breeding ground, I guess, if I can use that, as a way to have the future generations of officers, EMTs, firefighters, right? Everybody here, I'm pretty sure, has a story or two, right? Everybody don't like 911 until you have to use 911, right? So I just want you guys to keep that in mind as you guys make your decision, one way or another. Obviously, there's always going to be pros and cons. I have full faith in you all to do what you got to do for everyone. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chansey. Mr. Nolan, come on down.
Good evening. Thomas Nolan, 406 Southeast 8th Avenue. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. You guys are tasked with obviously a hard topic. Obviously, we know this has been on the forefront for the last, few months. This has been a battle going back and forth with the sheriff's office. Speaking as a resident, I know that the big misnomer and the things that are said out there, what the fear is the unknown. There's currently nobody that works for the city of Deerfield Beach that's ever transitioned a 300-person first responder, community, public safety, ever. We don't have somebody on staff that says, hey, I merged Baltimore County into the city of Baltimore. There isn't that person. We're going off of spreadsheets and we're going off of data that is, oh, well, this is our percentage, here's our cost. When we talk about the other cities that have their own police and fire, they've had their own police and fire for the last 50 years. They're not trying to start in 2026, okay? And if we look at that chart of the 18 cities, out of 18 of them, 16 of them have private pensions. So what is the taxpayer in that city paying for that private pension, who we as a city were smart enough to get out of the business of pensions and risking the liability of it? You guys got rid of that. Those cities have been able to keep those employees on staff because they offer private pensions. The employee is locked in. They cannot leave after 5 years and take their money with them. And the other thing, we keep hearing about regional services. We get it no matter what. But what you don't get is the person who's sitting at Rescue 4 right now, who's an air rescue officer, is currently working in the city of Deerfield Beach. If you were your own fire department, the level of expertise that is offered by the employee that's currently working right now on Rescue 4 is you can't buy it because it's built in a large system. The experience that you get in a larger system as an employee in a public safety entity far outmatches what some small cities get. They call us. We are the 911 of 911. When the city of Pompano Beach can't figure it out, they call the Broward Sheriff's Office. Broward Sheriff's Office Fire Rescue shows up to help them. Whether it's the city of Fort Lauderdale, we show up to help them. Okay? You want to put your charts up there? We're the largest fire department in Broward County. We have 742 sworn firefighters. When COVID happened, there was no problem filling stations when we had 150 guys out with COVID. We didn't shut stations down like a lot of these other cities had to do and subcontract out to other entities. You guys have a well-oiled machine here. You control it better than you can control your own fire and police department. When we merged, you had a problem employee, that employee never set foot in the city of Deerfield Beach ever again. If you hire a problem employee under your current plan, you're stuck with them for their entire career. So you have more control with the sheriff's office in this model. So do your homework, look at the facts, look at the numbers, make an educated decision, and at the end of the day, we're all going to have to live with whatever happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak? Mr. Callen? If there's no one after Mr. Callen, then we'll shift to those that are online.
Thank you, Dean Callen, 3250 Southwest Second Court. First of all, I'm grateful I'm not sitting in one of those chairs and I'm out here. This vote that you're doing, what you're considering, a lot of it's been brought up about the men and women that serve, and it's not about them. They're above reproach. I've met with a lot of them. I've served with a lot of them as a pastor, as a chaplain. I've been involved with large organizations as well as small cities. I've seen nothing but heroes out there. Let's start with that. But this isn't about that. This has to do with what's best for our city. And that's what you all have to decide. I know also as a businessman that sometimes starting up a business, I've had to take steps to sub things out because I thought it was cost effective and I was wrong. I had to do it in-house, which cost me more upfront, but in the long run, it paid off. These are decisions that you have to make. You have to look at what's best for our city and also what we can afford, because it comes down to that. There's too many people that are on fixed incomes or just getting by with what they're getting. They're not getting the increases. I'm not saying that our sheriff's department and our fire department don't deserve increases. But if there's a more effective way to get them what they're going to need and what we need as a city, we need to concentrate more on that. You see, our city has an opportunity now to make a difference one way or another. But it's up to you all up there to make those decisions, and it's not easy. But these men and women that are standing here and been here in the yellow shirts and wearing green, I'm very proud of them. I'm very proud of the other cities that I've also had the opportunity to represent and come alongside. So we have to look at it for what's best for us financially and practically. And I hope you all can come to that conclusion that it's not about feelings, it's not about personalities, it's about the facts of what we can do right and what we don't need to do. Please figure that out tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Callen. There's no rush to the, oh, Bob, would you like to speak?
Sorry, Bob DeChristopher, 517 Northeast 6th Avenue. And unfortunately, I'll be a little repetitive. I think it's ridiculous not to accept the sheriff's offer. Clarification is he said he would extend it up to 2 years. And if we can finish the report sooner than that, we can actually cancel the contract if it's beneficial to the city. The second comment I want to make is at the last commission meeting, one of the commission mentioned, wouldn't it be great to go to 2472? Well, guess what? That cost was never anticipated in the studies. 2472 requires an entire shift added to the current number of employees that we have. And I know when we gave up, Sheriff, I think I mentioned this last time, we were promised 3 million in savings, which didn't materialize. But the fact is, the next 2 years, if we do the 2 full years, you can determine whether or not that 7.5% number in the study is correct. If it's 4.2%, wonderful. Maybe we continue what we're doing. If it is 7.5 and the union negotiates a bigger contract, then we can at least evaluate that. And additionally, during that time, you can also evaluate whether or not the staffing of a fire and police department is actually, if you can accomplish that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Come on down. Just name and address for the record, please.
My name is Reverend Timothy Shellman, 298 Northwest 3rd Avenue. I'm a proud citizen here in this beautiful city of Deerfield Beach. I pastor in Miami-Dade County, but I do also much work in this city in which I live. May Fagan is also my cousin. But I am very, very concerned. I have my 18-year-old daughter here tonight who's a part of Police Explorers, BSO, who have taught her so much. She has aspirations to be a lawyer and to come back and also help represent this city. I love Deerfield. Everywhere I go, I can proudly say I'm a part of Deerfield Beach. I want you all to slow it down and let's throw out any egos, any misunderstandings. And as the scripture will say, come now, let us reason together. Let us not rush into making a major decision. I've seen Deerfield because I lived in Boca Raton before the 46 years of coming here in Deerfield. I've seen the good, bad, and ugly. I've seen Deerfield grow. I've seen a lot. But I am proud of where we've come from, what we're doing. But I think we have an opportunity to sit down, to look intelligently at the numbers, what we've accomplished, what we can accomplish, and keep our city together. I am hurting right now while sitting there because we don't have to rush. We have an opportunity. And regardless to what we think of the sheriff with his personality, there are wonderful people around here who are serving this city. And so I think that's what we need to look at. What is best for us? I'm not going anywhere. I love this city. And you see me around, but I will say, like Sandra said, Sandra Jackson, when you speak out sometimes, folk will start trying to throw hurls at you. That happened to me before because I stood on an issue. I think we need to get beyond this personality stuff and do what's right. Let integrity be your judge.
Thank you, Reverend.
Joe Cummings, 267 Oak Ridge P. What we're doing tonight, what you guys are charged with, is called governance, and it contains 4 benchmarks, and they are leadership, accountability, control, and financial. So out of 31 cities in Broward County, only 13 use BSO, and that's because cities reach a point in which they have to decide based on the governance benchmarks on whether they have to go on their own or not. So let's talk about some of these benchmarks. Leadership, I'll get back to that later if I have time. But accountability, the only accountability that the city of Deerfield Beach has over the Broward County Sheriff is the ballot box. And most of that is determined by residents, taxpayers, and voters outside of Deerfield Beach. So we don't have control over that. Control. Using the example, a recent paperwork that I looked at filed by BSO to the governor's cabinet for an appeal for the Broward County only wanting to give them 3%. For example, one of the things in there was the salary of a colonel. Right now, a colonel makes $248,000, And he would expect if you extend this contract, because what this contract is, everybody talks about, a 2% extension. No, it's a contract. And as Mr. Shinesky pointed out, it's a blank check. So don't lose sight of that. So anyway, he would stand to go from $248,000 to just under $300,000 a year. That's a 30% increase. And we're trying to get the rank and file 11%. Well, if we lose the command staff, and there's a lot of people here, it's probably over close to $2 million in salary, that's something that we can control under the governance benchmark of control. So financial. I looked around, there's a city not too far from here that had similar problems that we have. They have a long time ago, they switched from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and went on their own for their police department, but they just recently changed from their fire department. Now, the city of Jupiter has about 63,000 people compared to Deerfield Beach, which was about 88,000. So the consultant that was mentioned 2 weeks ago is the Center for Public Safety Management. And they had their report regarding Jupiter was kind of.
Time's up, Mr. Cummings. Thank you. Mayor Nolan?
Thank you. Peggy Nolan, 325 Southeast 3rd Terrace. All I'm asking you to do is please accept the offer that the sheriff gave you to your contract and let him do the study. Then you have facts. You have facts when you get that study done, and you'll be able to make a decision. So please, why wouldn't you? I mean, you're hearing different stories from everybody in here, but basically they all want to know how much everything's going to cost us. So please, step back, take the study, and do the 2-year contract. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
Scott Blanco, 801 Southeast 11th Avenue. Just going to not stand up here and pretend that I know what's going to be better for the city of Deerfield to go either with its own fire department or stay with BSO. Fact of the matter is nobody on this board does either. And I think anybody here that was at the meeting prior, it is blatantly obvious that it was woefully inadequate, the prior study that was done. And a decision of this magnitude certainly deserves a good hard look. And when someone like the sheriff is actually offering to pay for that, it would be absolutely obscene to not take that opportunity. Speaking to what the gentleman was before me mentioning about Jupiter, take a look at the difficulties that they're having, even staffing their department with brand new stations, brand new trucks in a high income area. And you think you're going to get somebody to come in here, not paying them at all, with stations that are, we'll just say, not good. I think that we would be absolutely asinine to not take the opportunity for this money and do the study. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone to my left coming down.
Good evening, gentlemen. Josh Comber, 3159 Lakeshore Drive. Like the gentleman that puffed his chest out, I myself am a Marine Corps veteran as well. And I'm also a first responder, but like Mr. Pelletieri, I do not need to hide behind what my address is or isn't. I appreciate you for this time. I want to touch on the study a little bit. If any of you were going to sit there and buy a house, a car, or anything and saw any wrong numbers, you'd probably stop and pause. Well, the fact that the initial study came out with Boca Raton, something that you can find out with a quick Google search, said 4 stations and they have 8. That right there has just shown that that study is wrong. Whether that's a complete study or just a blurb or whatever the gentleman said. The fact that the initial report came out that Boca, it showed Boca on their little excerpt of cities, and then they changed it to Tamarack. That's another red flag if I was making a decision that would warrant, wait, what else isn't right in this study? Right? How much money have you saved since you've gone to BSO? 35 years ago, you went to the police. 15 years ago, you went to the fire. He's talking about billions of dollars being saved by the taxpayers of Deerfield Beach, how much money have you saved in the last 15 years? Right? The major talked about your average cost has been 4.22. Your contract cap is 5%. How much has inflation gone up in the last 4 or 5 years? Double digits or close to? So that would be on you, but really that would be on us as citizens paying those numbers. I was going to speak last meeting, but I was on shift. But some of the commissioners, namely the gentleman to my right, talked about the power that you have in honing your own police and fire. Well, several years ago, somebody parked in somebody's spot at Station 102 and they got kicked out of the city because a phone call was made to either a county commissioner or the city manager. That's power, right? You want to talk about power, you talk about limited power now, yet you guys are in charge of all the hydrants. There's 30 to 40 hydrants in Deerfield Beach that are out of service right now that make it harder for us to do our job, right? Several of them have been out of service for years. Citizens probably don't know that. Sorry, I had to break that to them, all right? Station maintenance is on you gentlemen, right? You guys did a study several years ago for a bond. Where is that bond now? What has been done to these stations? Station 66 across from Quiet Waters had their air conditioning out for 6 months. How many of y'all would go 6 months without an air conditioning? How many of you would live in a house that needed respirators or air control to get the mold out of the air in these stations? So the power that you guys have now, you're not using, but you want more? Make it make sense to me, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I want you guys to.
Time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone next, please? Okay, we're going to, don't see anyone rushing the microphone. We're going to, you already spoke. Sorry, you cannot speak again. Sorry. We're going to switch to online. You have an opportunity at the end if anyone forgot to speak, but you cannot speak again, unfortunately. Madam Clerk, who's first online?
Katie Freitag and then John Slattery.
Okay, same order as before. Katie Freitag, you're first. Can you unmute her, please?
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. I'm going to kind of be quick and fast because I want to get everything in. First of all, the city manager, Brimlow, has firsthand knowledge of these contracts and what we can expect over the next few years. He has gone over all of them with a very fine-tooth comb and has for the last 5 to 7 years since he's been in, the last 5 years he's been in his position. Should we take the sheriff up on his offer as we plan our potential exit? It would make sense. It's an opportunity to get all the facts and figures that we need on his dime. But the details, the devil is in the details and the fine print of that contract. And I would be sure to make sure that everybody gets a chance to read it. The sheriff promised everyone would still have a job if we decide to split. Why are all the union people still there? Why are all the unions showing up when they should know that Deerfield Beach will probably have to work with them with the same union if we choose to split and go on our own? Most union members that I'm looking there, a lot of them do not live in Deerfield Beach. So what are they doing there? Regarding the city's numbers, we barely get to 6% to show up for elections. So should we not have those? Should we cancel the elections and not take those people's thoughts to mind, the ones that do come out and vote? Because, you know, the people that care show up. Now on to some digits. I was looking at the invoice sent to the city of Deerfield Beach from BSO regarding October. And I'm looking at numbers that really stand out to me and make me very nervous. Everybody's talking about the fact that there aren't enough firemen, there aren't enough police officers to cover all the time slots at BSO in both fire and police. Nobody's talking about how BSO is fixing that. Nobody is talking about how they're coming to terms and making that correct. Right now, we're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars per month on overtime because there's not enough people covering their shifts. If we put in our own BSO, if we put in our own fire department and rescue department and are paying them top dollar with top locations, are we sure to have that same issue? Yes. BSO's not fixing their problem. How are we fixing their problem? We have approximately in that contract, there's approximately $2 million that is handed over to BSO to go to transfer to their general fund. Basically, that's a blank check handing to BSO over $2 million for them to do whatever they want with. Why is that in the contract? Why would that be an option that we would even vote, that we would even allow to be in the contract? Why would we not take that out? Why are we paying $13,000 for police to
Time's
travel
up,
out
Ms.
of state?
Freitag. Thank you. Mr. Slattery is next. Could you please unmute him?
John Slattery, 1455 Southeast 5th Place. Please take the 2-year grace period here, the extension, whatever you want to call it, to do a proper investigation and make sure we're doing this and really discovering everything we need to when it comes to cost, immediate costs, startup costs, ongoing costs, potential pension balloons. I mean, all of the things that we're insulated from with BSO right now. And we got into this because BSO came to us and asked us to increase their payments because they were having cost increases. How are we insulated as a city when cost increases come? Right? We're just going to have to absorb them as taxpayers. We won't have that buffer of having a contract with BSO where we can stop and negotiate. And then, we do have infrastructure that needs to be repaired before we can talk about building out something new. Fire hydrants that don't work, buildings for police and fire that need to be upgraded because they're below substandard. You're not going to attract good talent, when we're not providing the proper infrastructure for everyone. So, this started out with a cost increase that led to personality conflicts, that led to these urgent deadlines. Seems like all of that's really able to be addressed at this point. The deadline has been softened, right? With a contract extension, gives us time to do a proper analysis. BSO willing to absorb that cost to do the analysis. So, please pump the brakes on this thing. Let's not make a rash decision that we have to live with as taxpayers, and possibly have, not just financial repercussions, right? But, the inability to recruit good staff. We've got great people right now in police and fire with BSO and fire rescue. Why put that in jeopardy? Let's keep what we have. If you want to do an investigation and figure out, does it make sense? Do that. Like the city of DeLand, right? Spent years trying to figure out how this makes sense. And it doesn't. They stayed with their county services. Just like buying a house right now is extremely difficult to build something from, buy something from brand new from scratch. It's the same thing with building a police department right now. If you built one 15, 20 years ago from a municipal perspective, yeah, you had all those costs covered 15, 20 years ago, that's fine. But right now, trying to build from scratch, man, that's a tough mountain to climb financially. Please take the extension. Let's do this the smart way. And I really think we're going to still end up with BSO and county fire rescue after all of that's done anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slattery. Excuse me, Madam Clerk, who's next online? Kelly Fay is next, and then who's on deck? Okay, Kelly Fay, you're next. Please unmute her.
Yep. Hi, Kelly Fay, 607 Southeast 7th. I just wanted to start by saying that I own my own home and I already pay $12,000 in taxes a year. So I'm just curious why you think that taxpayers should fund this transition. I would not be able to continue to afford my home if my taxes continue to go up because of these extreme startup expenses. We would be remiss not to take the sheriff up on his offer of a 2-year extension, which would give this city and the commission time to actually explore the options. On another note, why would residents ever trust that the city and the city manager can now be experts in public safety when you can't even be accountable for the things that you are already responsible for? I'm sure the same city manager who said that the flood project was a success is now saying, trust me, we can save money and provide better services for safety. Our public safety facilities are crumbling, and yet you think it's a great idea to switch us over right now. And if there are so many people, who you guys are saying are in favor of this transition, why aren't they all here fighting for this? Almost everyone here that has spoken up is against the move. So why not listen to what the citizens actually want? It's about all of our safety, not just, your own egos making this decision. And I feel like you need to walk before you can run. And it feels like this transition is just you wanting to run, right into your own public safety system. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there? Jonathan Ungen is online. Please unmute him.
Hello, Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. So I've spoken quite recently with the concerns I had with a very limited few sheriff's deputies. And I'm happy to say after 5.5 months that I finally had an internal affairs investigation that I didn't even technically ask for, but the chief, because of the wrongdoing, asked to go that route. I think the main point of what I've had an issue with that I hear Sheriff Tony talk about over and over again is accountability. And what happened, I think all that have seen and heard agree is very, very unfortunate. That happened to me with these sheriff's deputies. But if this was in-house and my own sheriff's department, maybe there would be quicker accountability than 5.5 months of waiting, not getting any of your public records, anything, because an investigation is continuing to happen almost to the brink of what's allowed under the state statute for such. I keep hearing about the 2-year contract extension. I'm just confused. Aren't we in a 2-year transition period? So aren't those basically one and the same, which in essence is going to give 4 years, because we're going to sign a 2-year extension to have this study, to then basically, if we find that we're going to transition. So, I just would have hoped that the pencils would have been sharpened to stay with BSO. I am a firm believer in everybody getting paid their fair wage. My concerns I brought up is too much getting caught up in administration. So the main point of what I had to say is there needs to be accountability when it is your own and they are your own employees. I think there is better control. I like and love the service, the people within the force, even the 2 officers that I had a problem with in the end. I respect them and what they do. I'm very appreciative. But like I said, the only point that I'd like to say is there needs to be accountability, and it is concerning that it has to be one and the same. It has to be police and fire together, and that we're basically being forced to that where there's different services. I can only imagine if that was Calvin Giordano, and that we were told the same there. They were cool with us leaving with one, and I'm just not so sure why it has to be that way. If that is the decision that the 5 of you have to make, this tough decision. But I'm very thankful for the services and all the fine people that do work and protect us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ungian. Madam Clerk, anyone else raise their hand online? No? Okay. Anyone else here in the commission chamber like to speak? Last call, your last chance to speak. Anyone? No? Okay. We're going to close it to the public comment then. Thank you, everybody, for making your comments, for sticking around and making your opinions known. I know it's not easy coming up to the podium and expressing your opinion. I know a lot of people have not expressed their opinion either, but I appreciate everyone taking the time out for being here and making those comments. As I said at the beginning, next we're going to move into the commission discussion. We have at the end of the meeting historically comments by the mayor and commission. The way that I call on them is by district alphabetically. So Commissioner Hudak is first during the public comment. Commissioner Shinetsky is second. Commissioner Plout, Vice Mayor Preston, and then myself. So in fairness, and to give everyone the opportunity to know which order they're going to be in this evening, that's the order that we're going to go tonight, because I know all 5 of us want to speak on this very important subject. So we'll start with Commissioner Hudak. Again, Commissioner Shinetsky, Commissioner Plout, Vice Mayor Preston, and then myself. So with that, Commissioner Hudak, you ready? You're first.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I just want to reiterate what the mayor said, and I thank everybody for coming on out. I thank everybody for all of the emails that I've received. This is an extremely important decision, and it's great to see the public involved because, this is a lot of money, no matter which way we go. After reviewing the January 6th commission meeting, one thing became perfectly clear. No subject matter expert can accurately predict the future cost of public safety. The city's consultant, who has over 30 years of experience, projected 20-year saving estimates ranging anywhere from $923 million to $400 million, a staggering variance. The Broward Sheriff, who holds a doctorate, has led BSO for 7 years and commands an extensive financial staff, was similarly unable to predict future costs with enough confidence to commit to honoring a 2-year contract. The reason is obvious. Nearly 90% of the public safety costs are labor-related, and those costs are rapidly increasing. Wages have not kept pace with the cost of living, and the men and women of law enforcement and fire rescue deserve fair pay and competitive compensation. If you can play that one section that I had asked you to, I'm just going to replay a section from the last commission meeting.
Very straightforward.
Hit play again. Oh,
I'm sure that wasn't the clip you intended.
no.
Forward. Very straightforward. My question was, and maybe I didn't get it, and I'm sorry if I didn't get it. If we agree on a contract, whether it's a 2-year or 5-year, with terms and numbers, would you change that? Would you quote? Because that's all I've been hearing is he broke the contract. He broke the contract. We can't trust him. Would you honor that? That's all I'm asking. That's the question I'm asking. Would you honor it?
It's not a simple yes or no answer on that. That's the reality of it. I'm a straight shooter too.
The purpose of a contractual agreement is mutual certainty. BSO would know what assets it needs, the staffing requirements for a defined period, and Deerfield Beach would know its financial obligation for that same period. Entering into an agreement that one party has already stated it cannot guarantee it will honor, regardless of how valid the underlying challenges may be, defeats the very purpose of a contract. The sheriff was candid about BSO's staffing and retention challenges, and those concerns are real. However, those challenges further underscore why Deerfield Beach should seriously consider bringing in both law enforcement and fire rescue services in-house. Doing so would give Deerfield Beach direct control over pay rates, benefits, working conditions necessary to attract and retain the most qualified professionals, rather than being grouped into a compensation structure designed to serve 13 other cities, the airport, the courthouse, and the seaport. Commissioner Plout outlined the original rationale for contracting with BSO back in 1990, citing dysfunction within city leadership at the time, and BSO's promise to save Deerfield Beach more than $1 million. During public comment, a former Deerfield Beach firefighter stated that the training he received here was so inadequate that he compared Deerfield Beach's fire department to a skateboard while describing BSO's as a Mercedes. If his statement is accurate, that would reflect a profound failure of the city's leadership at the time and would suggest the move to BSO Fire Rescue was the best option for our residents at that time. This leads to the fundamental question: does Deerfield Beach now have the leadership, finances, and infrastructure necessary to operate its own law enforcement and fire rescue departments. Our city already operates one public safety department independent of BSO, Ocean Rescue. For those who may not be aware, Deerfield Beach's Ocean Rescue is one of the highest rated departments in the nation and currently the reigning 4-time national champion. As you may remember, the first item on this agenda honoring Aileen Patterson, Ocean Rescue Lieutenant, for receiving the Florida Beach Patrol Chiefs Association Lifeguard of the Year. And she's the third participant of Deerfield Beach to receive Lifeguard of the Year. The successes of Deerfield Beach's Ocean Rescue Department are results of strong leadership, professional staffing, unparalleled training, and consistent support from city leadership. It proves that Deerfield Beach can operate elite public safety services. In researching the assertions made at the January 6th meeting that leaving BSO would place our residents at a greater risk because an independent city lacks the ability to hire, retain, and train qualified personnel, I found those claims simply do not withstand scrutiny. If you could put up that pie chart for me, please. If you look at this pie chart, this is all of the cities, this is the population of Broward County. 73% of Broward County residents are served by their city's police department, not BSO. 88% of Broward County's residents are served by their city's fire department, not BSO. If you could put up the other slide, please. If you look at this slide, what I've done is I've broken it down. On the left side is the 15 most populous cities in Broward County. And then on the right side are the 16 least popular cities. You can kind of see where where BSO's wheelhouse is at. 11 of those cities, which include Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, Miramar, Coral Springs, Davie, Plantation, Sunrise, Lauderhill, Margate, and Coconut Creek, successfully manage their own law enforcement agencies, maintaining direct control over costs, staffing, and training to best serve their residents. 13 cities, which include Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, Miramar, Coral Springs, Pompano Beach, Davie, Plantation, Sunrise, Tamarack, Margate, and Coconut Creek, operate their own fire rescue departments while maintaining fiscal responsibility and high service standards. It is important to remember that BSO protects some of the most critical infrastructures in Broward County through both law enforcement and fire rescue services, including Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, the courthouse, and Port Everglades. If Deerfield Beach were to establish its own law enforcement and fire rescue departments, the city would continue to maintain a strong working relationship with BSO, just as the 31 other municipalities in Broward County do today. BSO's special operation units are county assets that every Broward County taxpayer pays for. They include hazmat, technical rescue, SWAT medics, and aviation assets. Those don't go away. They provide support to all 31 Broward County municipalities and would remain an essential partner to Deerfield Beach in ensuring public safety for our residents. As you can see on the slide, 2 of the 15 cities in Broward County, Pompano Beach and Tamarack, contract law enforcement to BSO while maintaining their own fire rescue. Despite law enforcement and fire rescue being governed by separate agreements, BSO confirmed at our last commission meeting that Deerfield Beach does not have that option and must either contract out both services to BSO or establish both services in-house. BSO's model works perfect for providing regional assets to municipalities, protecting county assets, and servicing small to medium-sized cities that lack the leadership, financial capacity, or infrastructure to operate their own public safety departments. Deerfield Beach no longer fits into BSO's business model. We are the 10th largest city in Broward County and the 38th largest city in the state of Florida. We have the financial capability, we have the infrastructure, and most importantly, we have the leadership. Deerfield Beach's residents should have the same confidence in our leadership that over 73% of Broward County's residents have in their leaders. Public safety's costs will continue to rise regardless of who provides the service. BSO has been a valued partner to Deerfield Beach for the past 35 years, and I have great respect for everybody in this room and the men and women who serve in law enforcement and fire rescue. However, as organizations grow, there comes a time when essential services must be brought in-house to maintain control over cost, operations, and accountability. During the January 6th meeting, Commissioner Schneski asked the sheriff on 3 separate occasions whether BSO would honor an agreed-upon 2-year contract. Each time, the sheriff was unable to make that commitment. I commend the sheriff for his honesty and transparency in acknowledging that he could not guarantee to honor an agreement upon a 2-year contract. BSO's most recent labor study resulted in consideration letters reflecting potential increases of 10 and 11% over the previous year's costs, which equate to $7 million. This brings our taxpayers' cost for public safety to $75 million, and the city has no control of those costs, even if we sign a contract. The sheriff admitted that he will have to include further increases based on BSO's future labor studies. This will give the city the same choice we faced last May: accept those increases violating the contract or enter a 2-year transition period. A review of the cities that manage their own public safety services shows a consistent pattern: competitive pay, strong pension systems, and a comprehensive package independently tailored to each city's priorities and needs. Those cities made deliberate decisions about what matters most to them and structured their departments accordingly. Today, Deerfield Beach relies on BSO's labor studies to determine the salaries and benefits for the men and women who protect our community. Bringing public safety in-house allows Deerfield Beach to use its own labor studies to independently determine compensation and benefits for the men and women who protect our community. Establishing our public safety departments allows Deerfield Beach to attract, retain, and train staff that reflect Deerfield Beach's values and priorities while maintaining control of our long-term finances. Given the unforeseen and escalating public safety costs, it is incumbent upon Deerfield Beach to position itself to manage those costs as responsibly as possible. That responsibility requires direct control over staffing, retention, training, and long-term planning to ensure both fiscal sustainability and the continued safety of our residents. Ask yourself this: should the city of Deerfield Beach remain with BSO and accept unpredictable cost increases over which we have no control? Or do we establish our own law enforcement and fire rescue services to gain the ability to make informed strategic financial decisions on behalf of our taxpayers? I believe the time has come for Deerfield Beach to take control of its public safety costs and move forward with establishing our own law enforcement and fire rescue departments, departments that are directly accountable to this commission, the city manager, and most importantly, the residents they serve and protect. If Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, Miramar, Coral Springs, Pompano Beach, Davie, Plantation, Lauderhill, Tamarack, Margate, and Coconut Creek can staff, retain, train, provide long-term safety planning, and control financial costs, so can Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I misspoke earlier. I think I said alphabetically. We do this numerically by district. So it's districts 1, 3, 4, Y2, and then the vice mayor and mayor. So it's 1, 3, 4, 2, mayor. So 3 is next, Commissioner Shinetsky.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I just want to say it's great to dream big. I have the utmost respect for the city manager and director of public safety. It's great to dream big. I just want to say that they have been accessible to me, and they have listened to me. They're good listeners, and they've been very kind to me. So I just want to bring that up, and I want to say thank you. But I really feel that we need time to assess all this information, as much information as possible. And I feel that the public, this affects the public, the citizens of Deerfield Beach who live here, who drive here, who shop here, all different ages. They have the right to say in this. They have a right to assess as much information as possible. And I really feel that that study from last week does not even touch that. Now, I brought up about my father who served in World War II and Operation Overlord to invade Europe to defeat the enemy. My father said to me, he said there were 2 litmus tests before they could do Operation Overlord. The litmus tests of invading North Africa to push the enemy out, and the litmus tests of invading Italy to push the enemy out. And my father, rest his soul, said to me that if we would have failed those 2 litmus tests in North Africa and in Italy, we would not have undertaken at that time the trying to knock the enemy out of Europe. So I really feel that on Sunday, October 26, 2026, this city of Deerfield Beach had a litmus test. I was out that night and I was driving as almost 10 inches of rain came down. It was torrential flooding. I feel that was our litmus test. I feel that was our training ground to prove ourselves on whether we could assess more challenges. And I feel, according to the public sentiment, with all due respect, I feel that management did not perform well. There was no emergency management plan implemented. There was no emergency phone set up. Public Works, that huge investment, was basically a failure. There's a lot of damage. There's really no accountability. I mean, this is from public sentiment and from my eyes. So we failed that litmus test. So that's why it frightens me to take on, this new challenge. I really feel that the staff is overworked. I mean, we have assistant city manager that has several hats. The staff is overworked. I don't feel we have the capacity to take on this huge new project. I feel that our infrastructure public safety infrastructure is challenged. I don't think we're positioned well at this time to take on this huge responsibility. I mean, maybe down the road, but not at this time. Now, on Southwest 10th Street, by later next year, we're going to have a huge construction project on Southwest 10th Street. That's right outside my back door. I mean, literally on my doorstep. Southwest 10th Street. It's going to be huge construction. There's going to be a lot of problems with safety, with accidents. It's going to happen. I want to make sure that my citizens in my district are covered, that the police, the fire, the emergency rescue, we have enough coverage. That's the bottom line. Now, if we have our own police and fire and emergency rescue, it's going to be finite. It's going to be a limited amount. I had spoken to some of the firefighters and they said, you know what? When there's training and certification, which is mandatory, 5 of our firefighters have to be taken off the shift. If we have a limited amount of firefighters, it's our own fire department, we're going to lose 5 firefighters. Whereas if we have the resources of BSO, they could bring in 5 firefighters. So it's very important to me to make sure that my citizens in my district, in my city, are covered. That's what I care about. I don't want that if there's an accident, God forbid, in District 1 or District 2, and then there's a horrible accident in my district, there's no coverage. That's the bottom line. I want my citizens to be safe. At this time, I don't feel confident enough to say that it will. The other thing is, and somebody had brought it up about property tax. I mean, the property appraiser said that we're going to lose, if it goes through and the voters vote on it, and we lose property tax, we're going to lose $18 million worth of our budget, money in our budget. That's almost 25% of our budget. It's too much unknown there. So that's why this a study that we had 2 weeks ago doesn't address anything. It doesn't address so many gaps. And I don't feel that the public safety is worth just unknowns. Because, I mean, the bottom line, we have to cover our people. And again, I have tremendous respect for our city manager and our director of public safety. I respect their ambition, but I just feel that for the safety and coverage, the coverage of our citizens, it's not good at this time. We need some breathing room. We need time to assess, just like my father did during World War II. We researched. General Eisenhower, would not move forward with just a slip shot, a little bit here, unknowns. He made sure that every dot was pointed at, every T was crossed. And then we invaded, and we were successful. That's what I want. I want success for our citizens in Deerfield Beach, because I think they deserve it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next is District 4, Commissioner Plow.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to say tonight, when I ran for office, I recognized that the number one priority of an elected official is public safety, life, health, and property. This was my platform, as well as not working a full-time job. So, not working a full-time job, I would be able to devote my energy to Deerfield Beach, and that's what I've been doing for the last 10 months. I've decided tonight not to highlight or litigate the chain of events over the last 6 months, especially the drama, the emotions that everyone has seen online and in the media. There's no purpose in it. I do fully recognize as an elected official that I serve the interest of all of the residents, not just District 4. As we move to vote and finalize the direction of this city tonight, after 6 long months, I must express my disappointment in the procedure of public discourse that has transpired. The city's public outreach in the community and in City Hall has been thwarted, not by the city's efforts, but by the packing of each meeting as a show of one-sided force. But it has been successful to the extent that there are sometimes no seats or standing room for the residents to have their voices heard. This is not just my observation, but a common complaint that I continually hear from my city residents. I have spoken to and I have heard from residents, community leaders, and people who have stopped me on the streets at community events that I attend. They expressed to me that the current path forward without a change will bring financial uncertainty, as Commissioner Hudak was just talking about, and will result in even more loss of control by the city regarding public safety. They feel largely intimidated to speak at meetings in person or even express their opinion online remotely. I'm old enough to remember President Richard Nixon's speech regarding the silent majority. You know, when I call people, I don't call them, get them on the phone and tell them what they should tell me or what my opinion is. I listen. I introduce myself, I explain why I'm calling, and I listen. Consequently, when people call me or stop by in the street, I also listen. This silent majority wants a change. They are acutely aware and understand correctly that the city does not hire and fire their public safety personnel or have control over who patrols their neighborhood. I got to tell you something. I've been here for 43 years. We changed over in 1990. I moved in here in 1983. I was a lot more active in the music business back then. It's great part-time money to go out and play on a Friday and Saturday night. I enjoy it. And I remember one night, not knowing anything about how the city's set up. Back then, I live in the gates of Hillsborough. There was nothing west of there. Hillsborough was a one-lane road each way. At night, I could see the Milky Way. It was that dark, okay? And when I would come home, it might be 2 in the morning, 2:30, something like that. And I opened my trunk or the back of my station wagon, and I start bringing in speakers and guitars. And one night, I come out, and there's a Deerfield Beach police car out there. He's got a light on my open trunk. And I come walking out and I have a black shirt on and black pants. And he says, "Sir, do you live here?" And I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Is this your car?" And I said, "Yes, sir." He goes, "I want you to know the trunk is open. Are you missing anything?" And I said, "No, I was loading things in and out." And he came over and looked in the trunk and said, "Oh, you're a musician." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Okay, well, you know something?" I believe he said his name was Lenny. He said, "I'm Lenny. I like the night shift. This is my patrol. Now that I know you're gonna be coming home late, I'm not going to worry too much about your trunk being open." And we talked for a couple of minutes, and a couple of different times that I would come home late at night, he would come by in that car, and and he wouldn't hit his siren, but he'd blink his light, and I'd see his hand out there. And my wife and I had a good feeling that we knew who was in the neighborhood, and that there was somebody in the neighborhood. So that's the kind of message that I heard from people is when there's a knock on the door, they'd like to see a smiling face, somebody that they know who it is, not try to get there, before something else happens. So leadership is listening and acting on the wishes of the majority. In this case, I believe the silent majority. Because they're not here. They are not here. They haven't been at the outside meetings either. There's some. Yes, you are. There are some here, and I hear
Keep the
you.
chatter
I said
down,
at
please.
this meeting that I hear you, and I'm talking as somebody else would say in politics. I understand that you can't make everyone happy when you're a leader. President Harry Truman once said, quote, "If you want a friend in Washington, get a dog," unquote. Most people probably remember that he said, "The buck stops here." And the buck stops at this dais. So I believe that a county police force should be just that. A county police force should be a strong and dedicated backup to a city to keep the peace, the law and order with the resources that no city of any size could afford. That's their purpose. There's no city that has we can't buy a helicopter. We don't need to. The county provides SWAT, aviation, crime lab, murder investigations. And God forbid, if there's a terrorist attack or a natural disaster, that's what your county backup is for. All the cities that have their own services have that backup right now. Those important assets are provided to all 31 cities now, regardless if a city has local controlling contract or not. And I heard tonight, what are we going to do if we can't afford a helicopter? All those things are here. City clerk, could you bring up my chart? You know, it comes some advantages of coming in here most days. Being who's talking? Being self-employed, I remember having to pay a lot of money to sit in an office that was much smaller than the one I'm lucky to have upstairs right now. So it's a pleasure to come here. And I thank you as taxpayers for keeping the lights on for me in there. But it gives me a lot of time to think about it. And I could not keep out of 31 cities in my mind Well, who uses police, who uses fire, who uses neither, who uses both, whatever. So this was my idea originally, to have that lined up. And I said, you know what I want to do is not only know the cities, but let's just rank the 31 cities in order of population, top to bottom. So when I got this chart, as you folks can see up there right now, something really, really glared at me. Now, if you want to learn how to read this chart, we're talking about the largest city to the smallest city, the first to the 31st, the name of the city, the population. If they have police and it says city, that means that they supply their own city police. It's in blue. And if it says city and it's red, then they produce they take care of their own fire. So you look at Fort Lauderdale, 192,000 people. Then it goes down from there. Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, Miramar, Coral Springs. Now we get down to number 6, Pompano Beach. It's 115,000 people. They have BSO and they have their own fire department. BSO has an asterisk. Why? Because they're considering a transition and they're looking to see what we're going to do. And that asterisk is there because they signed a 1-year agreement so they can figure out what to do. Now you go down to the next one, number 7, Davie, City. They have all their own stuff. Plantation, City. Sunrise, City. Now you reach Deerfield Beach. We're the 10th largest city right now, 87,000 people. This is the best population report that we could find based on a University of Florida study 2025. Okay. We're in a transition period right now, as everybody knows. The next city, Lauderhill, they take care of everything. Tamarack has BSO, they have fire. Now we get down to 13. Look at Weston. They have both BSO, police, and fire. Now you might think that Weston is it's a little smaller than us, not 87,000, 68,000, but Weston is a model city. The whole city was designed from the beginning. When I was a kid, I grew up in Baltimore, and there's a place called Columbia, Maryland. You might have heard of Columbia, Maryland before. Columbia, Maryland was the first city that was planned. Every street, every building was planned from the beginning. One of the first things I heard was they weren't going to have these giant signs at the gas stations. Everything is going to be on the ground. And everybody was like, well, how do we know where its store is if it's got a little sign out there? The point is that the entire city was managed. Weston is just that kind of city. I asked the city attorney who used to do some work with Weston, could you find out for me how many people run the city of Weston out of City Hall? Now, the great thing about Deerfield is we have 400 employees. We provide salaries. We provide benefits. Like health insurance. We provide a pension. We give them a job. You know what Weston does? I was told there's 12 people in City Hall, besides the mayor and 4 commissioners. 12 people. They're all directors. They have a city manager. They have a city attorney. They have, this and that. They have all the departments that we have. They have 12 of them. And each department has a vendor for the service that is provided for their city. So what that means is every single service is a vendor. That's why they have BSO for police and fire. They're vendors for them. And that's no cut. I know they don't like it to be called vendors. Okay. I'm not cutting down the rank and file here. People lay their life on the line. I appreciate that. All of us appreciate that. But I'm just telling you how that city is set up. So now we got Margate. They have their own police and fire, Coconut Creek. Then it starts to get dicey down here. Once you get down below 40-something thousand into the 30,000, as Commissioner Hudak said, now you're in BSO's wheelhouse, not warehouse. So it wasn't long that I could sit here and I could figure out that, hey, BSO is big city services for smaller towns. But all the towns have the big service. They have the aviation and they have all the things that we're talking about, SWAT, backup for emergencies and things like that. But the bigger cities have control of who they hire, who they fire. I heard some comments tonight that we're just going to get a bunch of green people in here and try to hire them, and people aren't hiring them right now. We're not going to get people. We're going to find people. There's going to be people that are already here, that are accredited, that work here, that would like to stay here. Okay? The county police department doesn't have places to put everybody if they're not servicing this city. That's the bottom line. Think about it. And as we said before, could I have the next slide? 73% of the cities already manage their police. Are people dying? Like I heard 2 weeks ago. BSO handles 27%. Next slide, please. Fire services by residents of Broward County, 2.5 million people in Broward County, 31 cities, 88% of those people manage their own fire. This is a gargantuan task, but it's something that can be done. Our city is perfectly positioned to make a change now. We have a unique situation of having a transition period of the next 20 months from today to accomplish this, and it's right before us. Our city manager and our public safety director have both been leaders in public safety. I don't know if the other cities have two people with that kind of leadership experience to be able to do something like that, but we do. I believe they're eminently qualified and completely committed to carry out this task. Our city is now just past its 100th year. I wholeheartedly believe we must chart a new course. We must move forward and secure local control, create our own police and fire services. Deerfield Beach owns all 6 police and fire stations. And I hear, yeah, they're falling down, they're old, they're this and that, right? Doesn't matter if it's BSO or us, that has to be addressed anyway. And the vehicles and emergency equipment we own. And you know what? Emergency equipment on the fire trucks, we own that too, not just the trucks, but the equipment on there. Okay? And guess what? The equipment needs to be serviced and it breaks down. And where do we get it? We get it from the county. And the county can't mark it up. Okay? So it's not like we're going to not have vehicles or emergency equipment. So I'm very disappointed that the sheriff has told the city that he will not sign a contract with Deerfield Beach unless it's for both police and fire rescue. This is not in the best interest of public safety and serves to make it more difficult for us to transition our services. That's so obvious. Nonetheless, I feel confident that we will do whatever it takes to determine our own destiny. And I personally promise you that this city, I will spend every waking minute making sure that we achieve our goals, that we remain transparent and informative with the public throughout this transition. And most importantly, I urge BSO to remain focused on continuing to provide their excellent safety services, and I believe that they will. But they also have to assist Deerfield Beach in what our decision would be during this transition period, as it is stated in the contract transition provisions, excuse me. So I urge my colleagues to not be on the wrong side of history. I believe that the people have not
been able to speak here. They've spoken to me. I've talked to not just a few people, I've talked to a lot of people, but I've talked to some incredibly positioned people that have talked to lots of other people. We can do this. I believe in this team, and it's something we need to do. And with that, I'll yield my time, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Plount. We'll move to District 2, Vice Mayor Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. I know this is a very contentious issue that's before us. I'd like to thank everybody from all districts for coming out and to giving their view. I say to my colleagues, we got to get this right. We have to get this right, not because of something historical, but for what is right for the citizens of Deerfield Beach. Not very often do the taxpayers come before you as they did tonight and said, listen to me, hear me. That doesn't happen all the time, and they did tonight. But when you listen, at least I do, I listen with the second and third ear, not just the naked ear, because when you just listen to the words, there's a lot of emotions and certain feelings are entangled in what they say. But what did I hear was, don't hurt me. Don't hurt the city. Please hear me. Please hear me. That was a plea that came very seriously from the voters tonight. And I'm going to tell you, if we get this wrong, there is a price to be paid, and it'll be at the ballot box. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. Because, you know, the only thing that an elected official can do is listen to his or her constituents. The people that actually trust that you're in office to listen, to understand. Does that mean you will always agree with them? It does not. But we're obligated to listen. We have to. That's how the system works, and that's what gives it its credibility. And when we breach that, it's very difficult to ever win that back again. There's a certain element of trust that is here now because they trust this dais to do what is right. And so there's a challenge that's in front of us. And I say to you again, we have to get this right. Now, I've heard that there is a silent majority and that majority being people that did not come out. I'm more apt not to listen to people who don't come than people that are here. Okay, the people, if it's so big, where are they? Where are you? Okay, but the people that are here that are saying what they're saying, I'm more apt to listen to that because they're here. So that silent majority is very silent. And if you wanted to be vocal, you'd be here. We keep hearing about, you know, is it right for us to take our police and fire department back? I think that it's fair to say that there is a time that that conversation could be had. Is it right? I would say that most people in this chamber own their own house. But at the time that you decide that you need to buy your house, are you actually financially equipped to do that? Or do you wait until you get all of the resources and you have all of the available information to do that? So I will tell you that I feel that there is a time to have a serious conversation about whether we should take our fire department back and when that should happen. I also will tell you that it's a huge undertaking to actually implement that, to put your fire department and police department in place. And you said, Commissioner, that we own the trucks and the equipment. We don't own the equipment. We don't own the equipment. No, you don't. And I will tell you that the sheriff is not going to generously give it to us. You're going to pay it. So that's a cost right there. That's a cost that you thought that we wouldn't have to worry about. You didn't think in that, but we're going to have to pay for that. What is that cost? What is that cost? And I'm going to tell you, it's not cheap. I'm the one that asked for the study. I asked my colleagues to ramp down the passion and let's, take that out of it. Let's just look at the numbers. And I was very happy that my colleagues went along with that, so that if we got the numbers that we could eventually make an informed decision. Well, those numbers came back. And if I remember, my colleague to the right and you, Commissioner Plout, said, we don't have enough information to make an informed decision tonight. So we postponed it. My question to you now would be, is there any other additional information that takes away all your skepticism? Or is there some measure of duplicity? What's the situation now? So now we are charged to ask this basic question. What is the best decision for the residents of Deerfield Beach? What is the best decision for them at this time? And we have to look at the 2-year extension that is being asked for right now, not 4 years from now, not 5 years from now, but right now, the 2-year extension is the best situation for us to consider. And at the same time, it becomes the safest. And why is it the safest? Because nobody gets hurt financially. We can't say to the citizens, you know what? We took our fire department and our police department back, but we didn't anticipate this that come up. And I can tell you right now, in your own homes, with your own budget, things always come up that you did not anticipate. That always happens. And so when that happens on this scale, what do we do then? Well, we miscalculated. So what's the safest? The safest thing to do right now is to go 2 years. And then if we decide that this is not the good thing, the sheriff has no more power. I keep hearing, will the sheriff do this again? Well, guess what? He doesn't have any more power than we have. There's a 30-day time in which we could exit clause, in which we could say, we're out. He has that ability, but so do we. So we're on the same level as him. But we have to think in terms always of the citizens. And there's a couple things that we have to think about. How do we stabilize cost? How do we do that? The current services that everybody is enjoying right now will remain in place. What's wrong with that? Until we get 2 years, if we decide in 1 year that we want out, exercise that 90-day clause. Hey, Sheriff, Tony, we're out. We could do that. So there should be nothing that should actually intimidate us or scare. 2 years will give us a chance to balance the scales, for everybody to feel better about whatever the decision is. The people in this audience tonight ask us to hear me, hear us. It was overwhelming. If you was taking a vote, you know that it was overwhelmingly take the 2 years, settle down, and let's do the best that we can do with this. Taking all of the information into account, what becomes the best decision? The best decision also becomes the safest for the city, the safest. There are a lot of things that we don't like about different peoples and personalities, and we can all get into that conversation of what could have been done, how might it have been done, and also, could there have been a better way? We can all have those philosophical conversations. But you know what? In the end, if you're a politician, if you've decided that you want to serve, it's always about the people. It's protecting the interests of the people. It's protecting their pocketbook. And sometimes I might even be in a disagreement with that, but you got to put them first. It's not about emotions. I'm not saying that things shouldn't have been different, But I'm charged with the responsibility to do what's right for the people. And I am telling you, the right thing to do, the best thing to do, the safest thing to do for this city is sign a 2-year contract. And like I said, we have the same leverage as does the sheriff. You don't like it? Get out. We get 90 days. Hey, Mr. Tony, we're out. Just like he could say to us, we can say to him. So that balances itself out. We are obligated to do what is right because it's right. People depend on us to make the right decision. I am telling you, I believe whenever I've called the city manager for information, he's been there. He's given me information. I believe that his heart is in the right place. I believe that he wants to do what's right for the city, but I'm going to also tell you this. The citizens of Deerfield Beach is depending on us to do it right and to get it right for tonight. And so I'm going to do this. Even though, Mayor, I know that you are going to speak, I'm right now am going to make a motion that we accept the 2-year extension by BSO, and that I hope my colleagues will understand that I'm saying that that is in our best interest, and I'm putting that motion on the floor, that we have a 2-year extension from BSO.
I second it.
Apparently, we forgot the pep rally rule. Any further comments?
No, sir. Go ahead.
I likewise, again, want to thank everybody for being here tonight. That's here in person and on Zoom. Tonight isn't the first time that we've been talking about this. We've been talking about this for 10 months now. And we talked about it basically at every single commission meeting since last April. And I realize that there are many different opinions on this subject, and people get hot under the collar depending on which side that they're on. However, the issue before the commission tonight is whether to continue under a BSO contract structure that exposes the city to long-term escalating costs that we cannot control, or whether local control provides a more sustainable path forward. Under the BSO model, it is indisputable that the city has limited authority over staffing, compensation, benefits, and operational decisions, yet it bears the full financial impact of cost increases. The municipal option requires careful planning and one-time startup investment, but it gives the city direct accountability, local control, and the ability to manage costs responsibly over time, all while maintaining or even enhancing service levels to what our residents demand. This is not a decision for change's sake. It's a decision about whether Deerfield Beach governs its own future or remains subject to cost structures it cannot influence. Tonight's vote is not personal. It's not reactive. And it's certainly not political. Responsible municipal governance requires that cost structures, budget predictability, and operational flexibility be reviewed, because this commission has certain non-delegable duties, including fiscal stewardship, operational oversight, and risk management, just like how you all run your families at home. It was several months ago when tensions were at their absolute highest when I came off of this dais and I stood at that podium right in front of me and I talked directly to the audience. And I spoke that night that my remarks were from the heart, as are my remarks tonight. That evening, I said that this matter would not be resolved by emotion, but rather by facts. David Tepper, who is a billionaire businessman, loves to say, when it comes to decisions, do not be emotional. Drown out the noise and look at the important facts. And that's exactly what I have done tonight. I have made my decision based upon those facts and not any perceived acrimony. I have spent countless hours, just ask my family who hasn't seen me in the last 2 weeks, with the Center for Public Safety, the BSO Fire Union, the city manager, the city director of public safety, other elected officials, and numerous other police and fire departments. I have also conducted my own independent research. Tonight, the commission chamber is packed with special interests, those with an agenda, political foes, and even political friends. If I drown out all their noise, I am making a decision for the best interest of the entirety of Deerfield Beach. A decision for the 87,000 residents who are not here tonight that count on us to make decisions for them. Those residents who voted for their elected officials to do what's right and what's in the best interest for the future of this great city. I have concluded with all of the information that it is time to bring police and fire services in-house to Deerfield Beach. As a little history, Deerfield Beach had a long time its own law enforcement and fire rescue services. Law enforcement was transitioned to BSO in 1990, and fire rescue was transitioned to BSO in 2011. The transitions were made in part to control escalating costs. But since then, Deerfield Beach has grown, and oh, how have we grown? We are now a diverse city of over 87,000 residents and will exceed 100,000 in the near future. By population, Deerfield Beach is now the 10th largest city in Broward County, the 13th largest city in the Miami metropolitan area, and the 35th largest city in the entire state of Florida. Not 38th, Commissioner. My research says 35. Quite simply, the BSO model no longer works for a city of our size and our budget. Of the top 12 cities by population in all of Broward County, Deerfield Beach is the only city that utilizes BSO for its law enforcement and fire rescue services. And the crazy thing is, folks, this is not BSO's fault. This is an inherent structural mess here in the state of Florida. This is an institutional problem that can only be fixed at the state level. Under the Florida Constitution and Florida Statute 30.15, any sheriff, not just the Broward sheriff, any sheriff in any of the 67 counties in Broward cannot levy taxes to support his budget. This is true for every sheriff across the entire state. A sheriff's budget is entirely dependent upon his county. The sheriff's office is not even allowed to own buildings in their own county. BSO, again, as all sheriff's offices are in the state of Florida, is just a pass-through agency, meaning its costs get passed through to the county and to the cities that have contracted for its services. And therein, folks, that lies the problem right there. There is no incentive to keep costs under control when you are merely handing the bill to someone else. Deerfield Beach simply cannot afford to continue down this path of financial destruction. In all fairness, when I was elected a year ago, I did not expect to make a change tonight. It was not even on my radar. But well-documented circumstances forced the city to take a deep dive into exploring a change to better manage our escalating public safety costs. It would be civic malpractice to not explore all options on behalf of the residents once this city's contract was terminated with no guarantee of a new negotiated contract. And that's exactly what we did. The city received a feasibility study from the Center for Public Safety. Now, let's all be very clear what a feasibility study is. It's exactly what those words say it is. It's a study to determine whether it is feasible for the city of Deerfield Beach to create its own law enforcement and fire rescue services departments. The study's results indicated that not only was it feasible, but the cost savings would be enormous. The study contained 2 executive summaries, which are exactly that, summaries. Executive summaries are not the be-all, end-all. There are hundreds of pages of backup material that support the executive summaries that I have reviewed. Next, there has to be a transition. And I want you all to know that there is a transition plan. I have sat with the Deerfield Beach Public Safety Director for numerous hours reviewing such plan in detail. I have to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that public safety will not be compromised with the switch to our own departments. The fallacy that lives will be lost or that there'll be a lack of public safety with such a switch is nothing but baseless fear-mongering. To say that public safety would be compromised is a slap in the face to the professional men and women, many of whom are here tonight, who train and offer their very lives every day to protect me and you. These men and women leave home every morning with no guarantee that they will come home at night. To imply these men and women somehow would be less professional or less attentive to their duties merely because they work for the city of Deerfield Beach instead of BSO is offensive to everyone who wears the uniform. It's also offensive to the cities of Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, Miramar, Coral Springs, Davie, Plantation, Sunrise, Lauderhill, Margate, Coconut Creek, Wilton Manors, and Lighthouse Point, who operate their own public safety professionally every day and up to their resident standards. The decrease in services with this switch is also a fiction, as the sheriff is mandated by law to provide helicopter, SWAT, crime, specialized units, and other services if we are on our own, not to mention the mutual aid that will come with other municipalities. Now, Jupiter has been named as a city why Deerfield Beach will fail because of their pending separation from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Their situation is very similar to Deerfield Beach. The Jupiter experiment is allegedly fraught with problems which should be a precursor to Deerfield Beach, so the story goes. Well, I talked to Jupiter officials for a long time. And in short, they are on time, they are under budget, $21 million to be exact, and go to their website and look at page 7 of their report. And oh, by the way, they are having no problems with recruiting. Why? Because they're creating their departments and their image. They're creating Jupiter to be Jupiter. If your first question when you apply to Jupiter is how much am I getting paid? You're not getting hired by Jupiter. You don't fit their cultural model. The feasibility study says creating our own law enforcement and fire rescue services department is feasible. It is now up to this commission to say yes to local control, to say yes to managing our own finances, and to say yes to the future of Deerfield Beach by Deerfield Beach. We can absolutely 100% do this. We have the leadership team in place with our Harvard-educated city manager, our experienced public safety director, and the city staff that each member of this dais raves about. Every city that I have talked to has not only said that can this be done, but they will be there to support us every step of the way. We are not alone, and Deerfield Beach has a lot of friends rooting for our success. Will it always be easy? No, of course not. Will there be challenges ahead? Yes, there will be. But this commission has not backed down from a challenge before, and tonight is not the time to start. As long as we adhere together as a dais and as a community and stick to the facts, then in the words of my 7-year-old nephew, you got this, Uncle Toddy. Well, we've got this, Deerfield Beach. You're not allowed to call me Uncle Toddy going forward, but it's okay if you do. As a dais, we have all universally agreed that Deerfield Beach is a gem unlike any of our neighbors, and that Deerfield Beach is best governed by Deerfield Beach. The good news is that time has come. Fortuitously, it's arrived to us to create our own public safety department from the ground up, in our image, with our culture, and with Deerfield Beach values. We will be a community of local policing where the residents know their police officers and firefighters by name. If we all agree that Deerfield Beach's best days are ahead, then let's seize the opportunity before us. Let's do the right thing and bring public safety back to Deerfield Beach, where Deerfield Beach has control of its own destiny. It's time to vote to do what's in the best interest of our 87,000 residents. Thank you. With that, we have a motion and a second on the floor. The motion is to accept the 2-year contract from BSO. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
No.
Commissioner Plaut,
No.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
No.
I would like to make a motion to to begin the process of establishing the City of Deerfield Beach Police and Fire.
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
No.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
I'm proud of you.
That concludes item number 9.
We are now at comments by administration and legal.
Any comments by City Attorney?
No comments from me tonight.
Any comments by City Administration?
None.
We still have a meeting to run, folks.
You are now at comments by mayor and city commission.
Why don't you give them 5 minutes?
District 1? Any comments tonight? Folks, we're
comments.
still running a meeting tonight. Just please keep the quiet clamor down as you exit. Miss Berner, Miss Berner. Chief? We have some order in the room, please. Thank you. Commissioner Hudak, District 1, comments tonight?
We had a wonderful time with the MLK Day of Service. Got it. We cleaned up that neighborhood and I'm very, very happy about that. And MLK yesterday was a fantastic time. So I just want to thank everybody that showed up and everybody that put it on. That's all I have.
District 3, Commissioner Shinetsky?
Yes, District 3 is in good shape. In Century Village, we're offering a free CPR class on January 26th. It'll be at the Deerfield Beach West Community Center. About 3 months ago, there was a fatality in Century Village, and we feel with a free CPR class, people are trained to hopefully assist if there is a heart attack or stroke. So we're having this free CPR class January 26th at the Deerfield Beach West Community Center. And I want to say thank you very much to staff for doing that. Also, I want to say there was election today in Century Village. We have a whole new master management team and a whole new Cookvie team. And I want to congratulate Joe Cummings for being elected to the master management team that deals with all the infrastructure in Deerfield Beach. I wish him all success. Crystal Lake, they're still working on the sidewalks, and they're working on the traffic slow up mechanics in Crystal Lake to slow up traffic. At the Meadows, they had a health fair. That was a success. Broward Hospital was there. It was a big success. I just want to say finally, as we move forward, I want to do what's best for the citizens of my district. And I'm going to try to make, if we have our own police and fire department, emergency rescue, I'm going to try to make it as much a success as I can so that, we're successful for our citizens moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well said. District 4, Commissioner Plaut?
I'll be brief. I thought the MLK parade and celebration was terrific. We're blessed with the great weather, and a couple of days before that, I saw you folks at the Packer Rattlers award for the end of the football season. So that was really cool to see how excited that those kids were to get the trophy and everything. It was great. So it's just an honor to be a part of all those things. And that's all I have tonight, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor, District 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. The day of service for the MLK was absolutely incredible. It was a good event to see people out cleaning up the community, and and I will tell you, our city clerk was out there working hard, giving orders, and doing her thing. Some of the comments that I got from some of the residents was that whenever we talk about a city event, whatever it is, that is an invitation to all of the different districts to come out, whether it's to the beach, whether it's at Oviedo McKeithen, to enjoy and to be a part of that. You heard that a lot of the signage and things were down in District 2. Well, where was the invitation for District 1, District 3, and 4? Dr. King, what he stood for was something that was very different, and at the time that he was fighting so diligently to change it. You know, a lot of people don't know that, and maybe somebody in here can tell me, his name was not Martin Luther. Did anybody know what his name was? Michael. Michael. It was his father in 1934 that traveled, that went to Germany and studied Martin Luther. And he came back and he changed his name and changed his son's name. Yeah, it is. It's Dr. King wanted, you know, what he represented is an America that we're kind of living out now, the goodness of people coming together, irregardless of races and different creeds. But his dream and what he represented was much bigger than, you know, what a lot of us understand, but it's being lived out. And it is important that he always be put out in front. And so there was I think the signage for next year should be heavy from one end of the city all the way to the other. Extend the invitation to everybody, because sometimes people can get the wrong idea. There was a statement made last week about patrolling in District 2. There is patrolling in District 2 by BSO. Every time that I call Chief Hofstein or anybody about any situation that people call me on, he comes out and BSO takes care of the situation. So for BSO, you know, for people that might misunderstand what that was said, there is patrolling in BSO. And if it's not, BSO needs to be held accountable, because you're paying tax dollars. And if you're going to only patrol certain areas, that means you're not fulfilling that contract. And I can personally tell you, I haven't seen that. In fact, people have called me and said thank you about what they have seen. And so I can tell you that Chief Hofstein has done, in my opinion, an incredible job. But it's a job all of us can do better, no matter who we are and what's going on. Now, the MLK keynote speaker, we need to do that better. Here's what happened. When Reverend Pastor Knowles spoke, he told me there was only about 20 people in there. Now, there was an announcement made for everybody to come over, but you need to make that announcement every 5 minutes. Okay, if there's a half-hour frame that you're looking at, you announce it everybody keep moving, come on, every 5 minutes you funnel them in there, so there's a good crowd of people to hear what the keynote speaker has to say. But we missed on that, you know, because I took my wife home who was not feeling good, and I came back over to Pioneer Park to get my van. By the time I took her home, I came right back. Pastor Knowles was walking out and says he had just finished. He wasn't happy about it, neither should he have been. The Packer Rattlers banquet was a success as well. To see those little kids and to see the mentors, working with those kids. And in so many ways, Demetrius Gibbons is right. It's all about touching those kids early, having that impact. But what you won't ever know? You won't ever know how many kids have been steered away from something bad just through sports, because sports is all that they have, the ability to go on the field. And I'm going to tell you, if they're running a football or shooting a basketball or playing tennis, it doesn't matter. If you're doing something constructive and staying out of the streets, it's a good thing. And all of us should join together and support those kinds of efforts, because we want our kids to be productive. We want our kids to give back. Many years ago, a young man said to me, because I work with athletes, he said, Coach Preston, he said, if I could do this training, I think that I could go to college and play football. He said, but my mother doesn't have any money. I had a decision to make at that moment as a business person. But what I told him was this. I told him, I said, okay, I'm going to train you, but it won't be for free. And he just looked at me, because he had just told me his parents didn't have any money. His mom don't have any money. I said, you're going to have to maintain a 3.5 average. You cannot get in any trouble in the school. You can't get kicked out. And I want you to find a kid that you can mentor. I said, if you can follow those conditions, I'll train you. He did. He went to Lehigh University, got a degree, didn't go to the NFL, but he's functional in the community because he has a degree. Exactly. So it's not, all of us, I'm going to tell you, when you look at issues where you see kids, and sometimes they can be overwhelmingly one color or in a particular neighborhood. And unfortunately, we'll look at those situations and say, well, it's too bad that they have that problem. And until we embrace the idea that a problem like that is our problem, it will never go away. When it becomes our problem, there is hope. There's solutions. You got to embrace that. I'm good friends with John Offerdahl, played for the Dolphins, linebacker. And I told that, he needs to come and talk to the kids. It's going years back. And he was like, what message would I have? And I said, you got a great message, John. An underdog, working hard. You got all the way to the NFL and you were successful. You see, everybody's got a story to tell. Everybody has a story. And I want to just tell you, I want to applaud this dais, because I believe that the decision that was made tonight, although I disagree with it, then I disagree with it now. I believe that it was made in the best intentions of what they felt is good for the city. Mr. Chancey said, just do what's right for all of us. I believe, even though I was on the dissenting part of that vote, I believe that the vote was made with that in mind, Mr. Chancey, to do the right thing for everybody. And with that, just like Commissioner Shinetsky, I'm going to do whatever I can to ensure its success, because its success means that the citizens of Deerfield Beach, is my constituency, the city's constituency, won't hurt. They won't hurt. It's going to take a united effort from all of us to work together to make sure that there is no pain. And if something comes up, it's going to have to be all of us working together to eliminate that. And I think if we do that, then we're going to have a united Deerfield, because we are putting the constituency first and trying to eliminate whatever the burden might be on them. And that really becomes our job. And with that, that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to be brief, and I'm going to tangentially piggyback where you just left off, because we just celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday yesterday. And the dream is still alive. If he were here tonight, I think he'd be smiling. I think he'd be proud of us, because we have a room full of diverse races, men and women, all ages, sexes, religions, that came together tonight, that gave their opinion, and we're going to leave here peacefully. I think we've made some progress in that regard. So I want to end on a high note this evening. I think yesterday was not in vain because I think we just proved it tonight that the dream is still alive. And all of you here were part of that. And I want to appreciate everybody coming out. Otherwise, our next meeting is February 3rd, 2026. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion adjourned by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor? Signify